Chapter 2972. Ling Xiao didn't find any place like a library in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Then he was sure that one of the 6th, 7th, or 8th floors of the 9-story Demon Tower should be where all the martial arts of the Demon Dragon Sword Court were stored. It seemed that he had to try the 9-story Demon Tower, whether it was to improve his cultivation or to get better martial arts. Big Brother Lin, if I want to enter the 9-story Demon Tower, are there any special requirements? Ling Xiao asked. The first 5 floors basically have no requirements. Ordinary disciples need to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to enter. Personal disciples don't have that requirement. And you should understand that if your cultivation is not up to par, if you rashly enter a floor that is not equal to your strength, you will definitely lose your life. Lin Geng said, with your current cultivation, entering the 1st or 2nd floor shouldn't be a problem. But the 3rd floor is too dangerous. Not only will it not help your cultivation, but it will also cause you to lose your life. Thank you for your reminder, Big Brother Lin. I naturally know my level. The 1st floor won't be of much help to me. I think if I really want to go, I should go directly to the 2nd floor. Ling Xiao thought for a while. Well, although you seem to be very reckless, in fact, everything seems to be carefully thought out. Going to the 9-story Demon Tower is also good. The sect has a rule that disciples who stay in the 9-story Demon Tower don't have to listen to the orders of the Demon Envoy, unless the Demon General gives the order. Of course, to cultivate in the 9-story Demon Tower, in addition to paying spirit stones to enter, you also need to pay spirit stones every once in a while. This time is generally 3 hours, so you'd better prepare enough spirit stones. Otherwise, you will be directly kicked out. I know. Ling Xiao was really grateful to Lin Geng. If it weren't for him, Ling Xiao would never know so much about the 9-story Demon Tower. Okay, then you continue to cultivate. I'm leaving. Lin Geng finished what he wanted to say and didn't stay any longer. He turned and left. Ling Xiao sat there and carefully calculated. Now, the martial skills he learned after coming to the Black Tortoise continent had seriously lagged behind. Other than the true Devil Sword essence that was still passable, the rest of the martial skills were basically useless. Although he could use the martial arts techniques of the Light and Shadow Profound, he had a grudge against Ling Long Palace and the other forces of the 9 Supremes. Once he used those moves of Light and Shadow Profound, he would definitely be targeted. Offending the Heavenly Sword Hall was already a headache. If he was targeted by those guys, it would be even more difficult for him. Therefore, if he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. Of course, he still had the Sun God's ability and the additional skills of the Beast Soul. These were all skills that would continue to increase in power as his cultivation increased, so there would be no lag. There was also the Seal of Eternal Life. This was also not a normal martial technique. If he used it, and the people of the Eternal Life Palace saw through it, it would be very troublesome. As a reserve ability, it could be used as a surprise attack. Therefore, he was very hungry and thirsty right now. He really hoped to obtain the Devil Dragon Sword Court's martial arts. After learning more advanced martial techniques, he would raise his cultivation to the 1st revolution of the Yin-Yang realm, the 1st revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 18 levels of hell. He should be able to try to go to the Forbidden Land of Death. Through there, he would reach the 4 major domains. With his current strength, he could only use the Divine Fire to scare the Demon Envoy Lin Xian. If they really fought, he had no chance of winning. Of course, at this stage, he still had to take it step by step. His cultivation still had to be raised step by step. One could not become a fatty in one go. His current goal was to raise his cultivation as much as possible and strive to obtain the power of the Dragon Turtle. If that was the case, his cultivation might be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Strong enemies are waiting for me. If I don't work hard, how can I do it? Looking at the dark night sky outside the window, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Time often passed very quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 2nd day. Ling Xiao was still immersed in cultivation and did not wake up. A night of cultivation had consolidated the energy in his cultivation seed to about 70%. He believed that as long as he could absorb the energy of the Devil Dragon Seal, his cultivation would definitely break through. Just as his cultivation reached a critical point, Lin Geng suddenly came. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and curiously asked him what was going on. Why are you still here? Didn't Lin Xian tell you that you have to participate in the devil dragon baptism today? The rules of the heavenly demon residence are very strict. If you are late, you will definitely be punished. Lin Geng said anxiously. That bitch didn't tell me at all. Ling Zhao's face was a little ugly. This Lin Xian had already started to set him up. Stop scolding and go quickly. You should still be able to make it now. Lin Geng urged. Thank you, Brother Lin. Ling Xiao nodded and used the Devil Dragon Phantom movement technique to dash out of his residence. He went straight to the place of the Devil Dragon baptism. He only needed to use the Tai Chi Eye to know the location of that place. Hence, he did not ask Lin Geng. When Ling Xiao arrived at the destination, he was already the last one. However, he was sure that he was not late. He just arrived on time. The other new disciples of the heavenly demon residence had already arrived. When Xiao Qiqi saw him, she hurriedly rushed over. Big brother, why are you only here now? I was so anxious. I almost thought that you weren't coming. How could that be? Ling Xiao smiled. How could I dare to delay the important matters of the heavenly demon residence? You, come here. Suddenly, a cold voice with a hint of killing intent could be heard. This made Ling Xiao very puzzled. Who did he offend this time? He raised his head and saw a 16-year-old boy who was about the same age as him. The boy had a head of silver hair and was quite handsome. He was also very strong. Ling Xiao was sure that he did not know this person at all. Are you calling me? Ling Xiao asked. Other than you, who else could it be? You are so late and so unruly. The boy said coldly. I'm not late, right? Ling Xiao defended himself. Do you have such low standards for yourself? Is it enough that you're not late? In the future, if the heavenly demon residence has any matters to attend to, you must arrive at least 10 minutes earlier. Do you want us, the direct disciples, to wait for you? When the boy spoke, his nostrils were almost raised to the sky. He was so arrogant. Who is this person? Ling Xiao asked Xiao Qiqi. Big brother, it's better that you don't offend him. This person is one of my master's direct disciples. Oh, right. He's my 9th senior brother. 9th senior brother is the same as you, big brother. He was also the champion of the entrance selection and won 3 consecutive championships. Of course, he didn't break as many records as you. However, his cultivation was at the early stage of the 15th level of hell. Now that 2 years have passed, his cultivation has increased to the late stage of the 15th level of hell. This kind of strength is almost on par with the demon envoy. I'm not his opponent at all. Chapter 29, 73. When he heard Xiao Qiqi's introduction, the young man's expression became even more smug. I'm sorry, personal disciple. I'll come earlier next time. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. This time, he was tricked by Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would not have come so late. That's it? Now, apologize to me immediately. The young man said coldly. 9th senior brother, that's enough. Big brother is not late. Let's hurry to the place of the demonic dragon's baptism. Otherwise, we'll miss the time. Xiao Qiqi pleaded for Ling Xiao. It would have been better if she did not speak. Once she spoke, the young man's expression became even uglier. Ling Xiao roughly understood. Perhaps this was the so-called femme fatale. Although Xiao Qiqi was young, she already had the potential to be a beauty. Moreover, she was so talented. Not only did Lin Feiyang take a fancy to her, but even this young man seemed to be interested in Xiao Qi. Originally, if he was not late, this young man would not say anything. However, Xiao Qiqi was so enthusiastic towards him. This young man would definitely find fault with him. After figuring out the reason, Ling Xiao also despised this young man a little more. Was this not taking revenge on him? Apologize? Not a chance. Ling Xiao looked at the young man and said, You're asking for a beating. The young man looked at Ling Xiao and his face darkened. If you know my temper, you won't talk to me like this. As he spoke, his body suddenly flashed and he was already in front of Ling Xiao. He raised his right hand and slapped Ling Xiao's face. Boom! Ling Xiao's body suddenly burned with a terrifying flame. It was the divine fire. The 9 Dragons' divine fire shield had a special feature. It could cover the entire body with the divine fire. This way, even if he could not defeat the other party, he would not be afraid of the other party. Unless the other party had a fire-based martial soul or some kind of dharma treasure that could repel fire, otherwise, anyone who dared to touch him would suffer. Fang Feiyun's palm was originally less than 3 inches away from Ling Xiao. However, he suddenly withdrew his strength and his body was pushed back by his own inner energy. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. I understand you now. You're arrogant and conceited just because you have some strength. You bully the weak. Ling Xiao looked at Fang Feiyun and sneered. You're good. Fang Feiyun swallowed his anger and blood. In the face of Ling Xiao's divine flames, he really couldn't think of a suitable way to attack him. Although he wasn't afraid of divine fire, he wasn't good at long-range attacks. It seemed that he had to get his hands on a fire-type defensive magic treasure. Ling Xiao didn't know that his divine fire had caused the price of fire-type defensive magic treasures in the Devil Dragon Sword Court to increase by at least 100 times. It was priceless. Of course I'm fine, Ling Xiao sneered. You. Fang Feiyun almost choked to death. All right, 9th senior brother. Hurry up and undergo the demonic dragon baptism. If you continue to cause trouble for Big Brother, don't blame me for being impolite. Although I'm not your opponent, I still want to fight you. Xiao Qiqi was a little angry. When Fang Feiyun saw this, although his heart was itching with hatred, he still didn't want to offend Xiao Qiqi. Firstly, he had feelings for Xiao Qiqi, so he naturally had to do his best in front of Xiao Qiqi. Secondly, Xiao Qiqi was now a heavenly demon general, which was the most popular person in front of his master. It wouldn't do him any good to offend her. Helpless, he could only lead everyone to the place of the demonic dragon baptism. At the place of the demonic dragon baptism, the 100 new disciples of the Devil Dragon Sword Court had already arrived. Of course, Lin Feiyong was among them. However, at this time, with the personal disciples of the Devil General's mansion leading the way, no one dared to cause trouble. 100 people were sent into a pitch-black cave. Then, the roar of a real demonic dragon came from the cave. After that, a terrifying energy was injected into everyone's soul realm. It was trying to form an unbreakable mark in everyone's spirit realm. That was the mark of the demonic dragon seal. How could Ling Xiao allow such a thing to happen? In his spirit realm, a terrifying black shadow appeared. It was the true body of the heavenly tyrant martial spirit. Facing a demonic dragon that came from outside, it pinched the demonic dragon as if it was an earthworm and crushed it. Here's the chance to absorb all of the demonic dragon's energy. The moment he broke the demonic dragon seal, Ling Xiao suddenly released the Taodai beast. A large amount of the demonic dragon's energy was swallowed into the stomach of the Taodai beast like rolling black gas. Then, a large amount of it merged into Ling Xiao's cells and turned into potential. After all, Ling Xiao was still unable to accept so much energy in an instant. He had to store it for future use. However, a part of the energy entered his cultivation sea. In an instant, he broke through the shackles of his cultivation sea. His cultivation sea broke through from the early stage of the 14th level of hell to the middle stage of the 14th level of hell. The most terrifying thing was that the energy did not stop there. Instead, it continued to fill his cultivation sea. It only stopped when his cultivation sea reached 60% of the energy. His cultivation sea had broken through. However, he didn't know that his breakthrough had caused such a terrifying event. The disciples who were receiving the demonic dragon baptism suddenly felt that the demonic dragon's energy was completely sucked away. The demonic dragon seal was not completed. They didn't get any benefits either. Even the personal disciples who were outside the cave could feel that the demonic dragon's energy had disappeared in an instant. This made them turn pale with fright. After all, the demonic dragon's existence was a crucial part of the demonic dragon sword court. It was because of him that the disciples of the demonic dragon sword court could always be obedient and never betray them. Now, the demonic dragon was dead? Disappeared? They were panicking. However, no one knew what had happened. The 100 new disciples were sent back, and they went directly to their respective masters to report what had happened here. Ling Xiao did not return to his residence. Instead, he went directly to the 9th-floor demon tower. His idea was simple. Now, there was a lot of potential stored in his cells. Since he wanted to improve his cultivation C as soon as possible, the best way was to go to the 9th-floor demon tower and keep fighting. Only by fighting monsters stronger than himself could he stimulate his potential and break through his cultivation C. Just the current situation was definitely not enough. Moreover, as long as he entered the 9th-floor demon tower, that bitch Lin Xian would not be able to control him. He could be a little more relaxed. Arriving at the 9th-floor demon tower, Ling Xiao showed his disciple card and then asked to enter the 2nd floor. The guard just looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said lightly, "The 2nd floor of the 9th-floor demon tower requires 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to enter. Every 3 hours, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones will be automatically deducted. As long as you have the disciple card and enough spirit stones, you can stay inside. Here are 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please keep them well." Ling Xiao directly transferred the spirit stones into the guard's storage ring. It didn't matter if the guard was contemptuous or disdainful, as long as he didn't stop him from entering the 9th-floor demon tower. "You can go in." Chapter 2974. Ling Xiao stepped into the teleportation gate. In an instant, the scenery changed. When everything returned to normal, Ling Xiao sensed the terrifying demonic aura around him. The demonic beasts here are all at the initial stage of the 1-star level 15 hell. I can use them to improve my cultivation. Ling Xiao smiled. "Little Gold, let's join hands and kill them. Let's find the fire-type demonic beasts first." Dealing with fire-type demonic beasts could help him stimulate his potential. Also, obtaining demonic beast cores could allow Little Gold to continue evolving and improving his strength. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "I'll listen to you, boss." Little Gold had been cooped up in the beast ring for a long time. Being able to come out and fight was a very satisfying thing for him. Furthermore, his strength had already reached the peak of the 1 revolution in Yang level 14 hell, and he was only 1 step away from breaking through. The demonic beasts here weren't weak. Their inner cores could definitely help him improve his cultivation greatly. Why not? The demonic beasts on the 2nd level of the 9-level demon pagoda were basically at the initial stage of the 1-star level 15 hell. However, due to the long-term killing, some of the demonic beasts had mutated and advanced. Therefore, there would occasionally be terrifying existences at the intermediate stage, or even the advanced stage of the 15 hell. Therefore, Ling Xiao was also more cautious. He directly opened his Tai Chi eye. On one hand, it would be easier to find fire-type demonic beasts. On the other hand, it would also prevent him from encountering or being ambushed by demonic beasts he couldn't defeat. Ling Xiao, although the tyrannical sky martial soul can't be easily revealed to outsiders, the 12 beast god positions you obtained are still a heaven-defying existence in the Black Tortoise continent. The Yuan Venerate suddenly spoke while Ling Xiao was searching for demonic beasts. "Master, why are you suddenly saying this?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "The reason I'm saying this is to tell you that martial techniques are only supplementary. The inheritance of the 12 beast gods is the key to your dominance in the Black Tortoise continent. The legend of the 12 beast god positions has been circulating in the Black Tortoise continent for a long time. However, no one has ever obtained them. You, a martialist who doesn't belong to the Black Tortoise continent, obtained the 12 beast god position because of the tyrannical sky martial soul. You also have the complete Sun Divine Beast Soul, the Ox Divine Beast Soul, and the incomplete Divine Beast Soul. Although you are still unable to unleash the full power of these beast god martial spirits, you will be able to master their divine abilities. Master its power. You will gradually become the new king of the beast deities that is above the 12 beast deities. The new beast deity king? It sounds quite domineering. I wonder if it's strong." Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "I'm not sure about other things, but I'm sure that when you fully grasp the power of one of the beast god martial spirits, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. You don't even need to use other demonic beasts to transform. Instead, he could directly transform into a beast god. At that time, no one will dare to underestimate your strength." Yuan Venerate said, "As long as I awaken a beast god incarnation, I can run amok in the Black Tortoise continent? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That won't do, but you can definitely be ranked among the strong. In the end, cultivation is still very important. Don't you want to save Yu Fenghua? According to my calculations, once you awaken one of the beast god incarnations, your combat strength will definitely surpass that of a first-stage life-sizer. In other words, putting aside the powerhouses of the Eternal Life Palace, you can definitely be considered invincible among the 9 Supremes. Yuan Venerate analyzed. Ling Xiao absolutely believed Yuan Venerate's words. After all, Yuan Venerate was the apothecary of the Immortal Court continent. It was normal that Ling Xiao didn't know what he knew. If awakening a beast god incarnation could make him so powerful, then what if he awakened 12 beast god martial spirits? Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Yuan Venerate couldn't help but feel a little excited at the thought of this. His current goal was to become the champion of the Black Tortoise continent. All the beast god martial spirits had to be awakened. Oh, by the way, I'm telling you this today because I hope that you can focus on awakening one of the beast god martial spirits. That way, the awakening speed will be faster. Yuan Venerate added. Thank you for your guidance, Master. However, how can I awaken it? Ling Xiao asked curiously. It's very simple. Whichever beast god martial spirit you want to awaken, you just have to try your best to obtain the corresponding demonic beast core. The stronger the demonic beast core, the more it can stimulate the fusion of the beast god martial spirit with your body. The awakening power will also continue to increase. Yuan Venerate replied, This is also the result of my recent research. Otherwise, do you think I would have nothing to do in your mountain river realm? That's great, Master. You are simply a timely help. Ling Xiao said excitedly. However, I currently only have the Sun God Beast Spirit, the Ox God Beast Spirit, and the Incomplete Grand Deity Beast Spirit. Which one is more suitable to awaken? Which one you want to awaken is your freedom. However, Master thinks that awakening the Grand Deity Beast Spirit is more suitable. The Grand Deity Beast Spirit represents all birds, so it can awaken more demonic beast cores. In addition, the Undying Bird Beast Spirit that you possess is very rare and can be used as a vessel for the Grand Deity Beast Spirit. This way, you can still unleash the power of your divine fire, so it should be the most suitable for you. Of course, the Grand Deity Beast Spirit is incomplete, so you can see for yourself. Yuan Venerate replied, Master's words are correct, but I still intend to awaken the Sun God Beast Spirit first. The Sun God Beast Spirit used to be the king of the 12 beast gods, and I have already awakened 3 of its abilities. I am also more familiar with the Sun God Beast Spirit. There are also many rat-type demonic beasts, so I just need to find a vessel comparable to the Undying Bird Beast Spirit, right? Although Ling Xiao had accepted some of Yuan Venerate's suggestions, he also had his own ideas. Of course, Master is just giving you a suggestion. In addition, cherish little Goldwell. Although he is your brother Ling Yin, he is a miraculous creature born out of many coincidences. The combination of the golden crow and the devouring demon fetus, these 2 rare things, I believe that no one can imagine. Nurture him well, and he will definitely be your greatest help, Yuan Venerate said. Yuan Venerate added. I understand. Ling Xiao actually thought the same. Little Gold did not need to cultivate. He only needed to devour energy objects that contained heat to evolve, constantly improving his strength. This was very heaven-defying. All right, you guys continue. Master has consumed a lot of spirit power this time, so I have to go back and continue to rest. Yuan Venerate disappeared after saying that. However, his words made Ling Xiao realize his direction. Martial techniques were only supplementary. Awakening the 12 beast gods was the key. Next, he would focus on awakening the Sun God Beast Spirit. Of course, if he did not waste time, he could also awaken the Ox God Beast Spirit and the Grand Deity Beast Spirit. After all, there were many birds and ox-type demonic beasts. Chapter 29:75. Let's go, Little Gold. Let's begin our hunting journey. Ling Xiao and Little Gold looked at each other excitedly. Then, they pounced on a fire-type rat-type monster. This kind of monster that could help him and Little Gold was not rare. Especially in this 9-floor monster building, there were really many monsters. They did not know if they were born naturally or nurtured by some kind of power. All in all, to them, it was simply amazing. Fiery red rat. Strength. 1-star Yin-Yang realm. Early stage of the 15th level of hell. Characteristics. Extremely fast. Good at fire-type attacks. Soon, the Tai Chi Eye finished analyzing the details of the monster in front of them. Although the fiery red rat was a rat-type monster, its body was not small at all. Lying there, it was about 3 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long. If its long tail was included, it would be even longer. Compared to some huge monsters, its body was relatively pocket-sized. Compared to humans, it was too big. The fiery red rat's entire body was covered in crimson fur. There were some strange black patterns on it, and they were in the shape of flames. Its sharp claws and fangs were probably its most terrifying weapons. Very strong. Very strong. It was definitely stronger than Xiao Qi of the same cultivation level. Even without analysis, Ling Xiao could feel the terrifying power contained in the fiery red rat's body just by intuition. If he was caught by this guy, even with his strong physical body, it would be very dangerous. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent and directly entered the beast soul transformation of the Tyrannosaurus demon dragon. The combination of the Tyrannosaurus demon dragon phantom could increase his speed. It would also be easier to avoid it. Because of its small size and the fact that it was a rat-type monster, this guy's agility must be very high. Those who have seen rats before would probably be very familiar with it. Little Gold, stay at the side and hold the line for me. If I feel that I can't do it, you can help me. At the same time, pay attention to the surrounding situation to avoid being surrounded by monsters. Ling Xiao called out to Little Gold and then took out 10 demon dragon swords. They turned into a pitch-black demon dragon and pounced on the fiery red rat. Along the way, he even used the demonic dragon's possession to increase his speed to the extreme. He wanted to get the fiery red rat's core, but at the same time, he also wanted to improve his cultivation. Therefore, he did not choose to launch a sneak attack. Instead, he chose to attack head-on. Only by facing a direct attack, facing a threat, and being attacked would the potential within the body be stimulated. The flaming red rat noticed Ling Xiao's presence. Its scarlet eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. When a demonic beast reached this level, it naturally had a certain level of intelligence. It was very disdainful of Ling Xiao's strength. A puny human dared to challenge the flaming red rat. He was courting death. It screamed and charged towards Ling Xiao. A human and a mouse collided in the void. Rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded. However, the battle did not stop. Although Ling Xiao was sent flying by the claw, he immediately turned back and continued to attack. The flaming red rat was furious when it realized that its claw had not killed the detestable human. Its aura became even more terrifying. The battle was actually very monotonous. Ling Xiao was basically being abused one-sidedly. But every time, he was able to successfully avoid being hit in the vital parts. Although he was injured, he became more and more courageous. Because he found that during the battle, his sea of cultivation was increasing crazily. Basically, every time the flaming red rat attacked, its energy would increase by 1/10. 10 attacks would increase his energy by 1/10. As long as he did not get killed, he would definitely win this battle. After all, every time his energy increased by 1/10, his strength would double. This was a very frightening thing for the flaming red rat. The extremely fast battle allowed Ling Xiao's sea of cultivation to reach 100% energy in the shortest time possible. However, Ling Xiao might have gotten used to such a strong opponent. He found that after the energy in his sea of cultivation reached 100% energy, it almost stopped moving. This kind of energy could not help him break through the barrier of cultivation. It's time to end this. He did not want to waste any more time. At that moment, he activated the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Anyway, there was no one else around except Xiao Jin. The moment the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was activated, the flaming red rat seemed to have sensed danger. It gave up attacking and turned to run. But Ling Xiao would not give it a chance to escape. Sky Tyrant. True Devil Sword Formation. The True Devil Sword Formation released by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was extremely powerful. The 9 sword lights increased by 100 times. The terrifying sword essence actually stopped the flaming red rat from running away. Boom! The sword lights finally penetrated the flaming red rat. The flaming red rat did not even have time to scream before it fell to the ground, completely dead. The attack seems to be a bit too strong. Seeing the flaming red rat like that, Ling Xiao frowned. He just wanted to stop that guy from running away. He did not expect the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to be so powerful. The flaming red rat's body was not complete. Fortunately, the monster core was not damaged. Xiao Jin, the heat in the monster core is yours. The rest is mine. After dealing with the flaming red rat, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged and extracted all the heat in the monster core. Then, he injected it into Xiao Jin's body. As for him, he directly swallowed the demonic beast's core. The moment he swallowed the red flame rat's crystal core, a terrifying energy was released from his body, rushing to his limbs and bones. Although it was a bit painful, but on his face, there was an excited smile. Because the cultivation barrier that he could not break before was easily pierced through like a piece of paper, he broke through. It was so easy. It was like breaking through to the advanced stage of the 14th level of hell. As for Xiao Jin, after taking the source of heat of the flaming red rat, his strength also increased a lot. He was close to breaking through. Boss, I still need 70% of the energy. I think I will be able to break through after killing a dozen more of such monsters. Xiao Jin said excitedly. Okay, let's follow this method and break through the second floor of the 9-story demon tower. Ling Xiao could feel that not only did he break through, but the Sun Divine Beast's soul seemed to have begun to merge with his soul. But for now, the merging was still too small. It was only 1 in 10,000. To fully awaken, there was still a long way to go. Moreover, he had to find a container that was not inferior to the undying bird bee soul. Next, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin continued to look for suitable monsters. After spending about an hour, they had already killed a total of 20 fire-attributed demonic beasts. Although not all of them were rodent monsters, it was already very satisfying. Ling Xiao's cultivation sea's energy had once again risen to 50%. However, the speed had gradually slowed down. It wasn't as fast as before. Chapter 2976. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation sea energy increased at a slower speed, Xiao Jin finally achieved a great improvement in strength. He stepped into the early stage of the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The hunting plan was easier than they thought. With the first experience, the next one would be even easier. It's not enough. Even with our current strength, it's nothing in the Devil Dragon Sword Court. We have to continue. At the very least, we have to reach the level where we can defeat the demon envoy. At that point, there won't be many people in the Devil Dragon Sword Court who will dare to bully us. Although Ling Xiao was excited, he was extremely calm. He knew that they were still very weak now. Whether it was him or Xiao Jin, they could easily kill Lin Feiyang. However, his ambition did not lie there. He never forgot that those people from the Immortal Palace were his most important opponents. How could the royal family give the Moon Lady to him so easily? At that time, he might have to rely on force to fight for it. With the improvement of his strength, Ling Xiao's ambition also grew. A demonic beast with the strength of the early stage of the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm could no longer satisfy his need to quickly improve his cultivation. Therefore, while continuing to hunt the fire attribute rat-type demonic beasts, he began to look for more powerful demonic beasts. Boss, there's someone ahead. Suddenly, Xiao Jin reminded him. You hide first. Ling Xiao called out to Xiao Jin and then moved in that direction. At this moment, a young warrior wearing the Devil Dragon Sword Court's disciple uniform was facing a fierce demonic beast alone. This demonic beast was also a rat-type demonic beast. It was not a fire-type demonic beast, but a light-type demonic beast. It was also suitable for him and Xiao Jin. However, it was more powerful than the blazing red rat from before. Its strength had reached the middle stage of the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It was called the Golden Light Rat. This guy was golden all over and was extremely fast. When it ran, it was like a golden light. Of course, not only was it fast, but its combat power was also very strong. In particular, the terrifying heat that it spat out could easily melt ordinary monarch weapons. When fighting this guy, it was impossible to be hit by its light. The Devil Dragon Sword Court disciple fighting the Golden Light Rat had the same cultivation as the Golden Light Rat, but his speed was not as fast. Moreover, the weapon in his hand had been melted and was very dangerous. Do you need help? Of course, Ling Xiao's question wasn't purely out of kindness. It was because he wanted to obtain the Golden Light Mouse. When the young martial artist saw him, it was as if he had found a life-saving straw. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He suddenly turned around and charged towards Ling Xiao. Then, his figure flashed and he fled into the distance. When the luminous mouse saw Ling Xiao, it stopped chasing him. Although Ling Xiao hated that guy for causing trouble, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he happily faced the Golden Light Mouse. He had wanted to keep the Golden Light Mouse to himself, but now that it had escaped, it would be more convenient for him. Otherwise, it would not be easy to deal with two enemies who were at the middle stage of the first transition 15th level of hell. Hee little gold. We're in luck this time. Ling Xiao glanced at Xiao Jin. He had already taken out the Demon Dragon Sword and blocked the Golden Light Rat's crazy attack. It's really strong. Feeling the surge of energy in his cultivation sea, Ling Xiao knew that he had made the right choice to fight with a demon of this level. Although he was beaten up badly, almost as if he had been brutally abused by the fiery red rat just now, but his face was still blooming with an excited smile. Anyway, although the Golden Light Mouse was powerful, it couldn't kill him. It could be used to stimulate the infinite potential in his body. He fought with the Golden Light Mouse for hundreds of rounds. The Golden Light Mouse went from being crazy in the beginning to making the same move as the fiery red rat in the end. It turned around and ran. This guy should be cursing in his heart. What's the point of fighting if you can't kill me? After such a long time, the Golden Light Mouse had consumed a lot of energy. It didn't have any pills to recover its demon power, and the wounds on its body couldn't be healed in a short time. Ling Xiao didn't think so. He swallowed the 1000-year Lingji pill and chased after it. Under the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul Transformation, he suddenly used the Demon Dragon Blood Curse. The Demon Dragon Blood Curse had a limited effect on the Golden Light Mouse because of the large difference in their cultivation levels. But even so, it still had an effect. The Golden Light Mouse suddenly slowed down and let out a painful scream. Blood kept spurting out of the wounds that Ling Xiao had made on its body. Ling Xiao summoned the Tyrant Sky Martial Soul again, but this time he didn't use the true Devil Sword formation. Instead, he used the true Devil Sword Chi. He didn't want to shatter the Demon Crystal Core. The Golden Light Mouse had just returned to normal when the true Devil Sword Chi pierced through its body. It screamed and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, awesome. This is so F***ing awesome. The energy in my cultivation sea has increased to 100% again. I reckon that after consuming this demonic beast crystal core, my cultivation should have improved. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Then, he drew out all the heat energy in the Golden Light Mouse's demon crystal core and let Little Gold swallow it. After swallowing it, Little Gold's strength broke through again and reached the middle stage of the 15th level of hell in the Yin-Yang first turn. When Little Gold broke through, Ling Xiao also ate the Golden Light Mouse's demon crystal core. As the energy storm raged in his body, his cultivation level broke through again and reached the peak of the 14th level of hell in the Yin-Yang first turn. Previously, Chen Luo said that he wouldn't be able to reach the peak of the 14th level of hell in 10 or even 100 years. However, Ling Xiao did it 2 days after joining the Devil Dragon Sword Court. He wondered what those demon generals who looked down on him would think when they learned of this fact. Would they be so surprised that their jaws would drop? Of course, the breakthrough was only a small one. At the same time, Ling Xiao's Sun Divine Beast Soul awakening speed increased again. When the awakening speed increased, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his combat strength had also increased. Because the Devil Dragon possession was a low-grade martial art, its effect was getting worse and worse. Ling Xiao was worried that he wouldn't be able to maintain a strong combat strength. The awakening of the Beast God Martial Soul opened up a new path for him. At least in the Black Tortoise continent, this would never be outdated. Continue. Ling Xiao called out and continued to use the Tai Chi Eye to look for suitable demon beasts. He was no longer interested in those demon beasts at the early stage of the 15th level of hell. Now, he was looking for demon beasts at the middle stage. However, he didn't find a suitable demon beast for the time being, but he saw a person. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. It's actually that kid just now. Although the warrior just abandoned the golden light mouse and ran away, it didn't cause any danger to him. However, his intentions were vicious. He wanted to help out of kindness, even if he wanted to split the spoils equally. However, that guy actually diverted the trouble and let him bear the danger alone. Chapter 29:77. Others said that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. However, Ling Xiao was not a gentleman. He would take revenge even if it was too late. As long as there was a chance, he would not let it go. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao moved in that direction. There were many monsters along the way, so he used the Spectre Demon Dragon. As his cultivation increased, the Spectre Demon Dragon's concealment ability became weaker and weaker. It was no longer comparable to the Shadow Step. However, for now, it was still more convenient to use. As soon as he got close to the warrior, he saw a terrifying scene. The warrior was injured all over. His bones seemed to have been broken, and his body was limp on the ground. In front of him was an existence at the peak of the 15th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. This existence was a little strange. He had a pair of eyes like a snake's. He was dressed in black and had an evil and strange aura. Mystic Snake Demon Sect. Ling Xiao immediately thought of these 4 words. Only the disciples of the Mystic Snake Demon Sect would dress like this. However, why would there be a disciple of the Mystic Snake Demon Sect in the 9-story demon tower of the Devil Dragon Sword Court? And he was so powerful? He was already at the level of a demon envoy. Another one has come to die. The disciple of the Mystic Snake Demon Sect sneered and suddenly threw out a strange scroll. The scroll unfolded. It was like a small world, producing a terrifying suction force. Not only was the half-dead disciple of the Devil Dragon Sword Court sucked in, but even Ling Xiao could not escape. It was obvious that the disciple of the Mystic Snake Demon Sect had discovered him, even though he was in his Spectre Demon Dragon form. He could not kill him, but he could imprison him. He was too careless, Ling Xiao exclaimed, but he had already fallen into the scroll. There was an independent world inside the scroll. It also had an independent law of operation. When Ling Xiao fell in, he found that he could not use his inner strength or any martial skills. This discovery made him turn pale with fright. However, after the shock, he calmed down. This scroll was obviously some kind of treasure of the Mystic Snake Demon Sect. He did not believe that there was any treasure in this world that could trap the tyrannical martial spirit. Even the profound world's laws were set by the human king using the mountain river martial spirit's divine power. The laws of this magic treasure naturally could not be compared to the laws of the mystic world. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned his Sky Tyrant martial spirit, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped him. At that moment, something seemed to be torn apart and crushed. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and smiled. At that moment, he had already gotten used to the laws within the magical treasure. He could circulate his inner strength, and it was no different from when he was outside. After regaining control of his inner strength, Ling Xiao attempted to fly out of the scroll, but he found that it was impossible. Unless he knew the exit, he would probably be trapped here for the rest of his life. He was unwilling to accept this. Therefore, he stood up and began to observe his surroundings. This place was a dense forest. There was nothing in the forest. There were no demonic beasts or living creatures. That Mystic Snake Devil Sect disciple used this Dharma treasure to trap quite a few people. I believe that someone will definitely know the exit. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked out of the forest. Not long after, he stepped out of the dense forest and saw a city. This city was no different from the cities in the outside world. It looked very large, as big as Thunder City. He could vaguely see people moving around inside. Ling Xiao's heart was suddenly filled with hope. He walked towards the city. There were no guards or soldiers in this city. Although the people moving in the city were all alive, there was no sign of life on their faces. To be more accurate, their faces were ashen. It was an expression of despair. He walked towards a stall. On the stall, there were actually martial arts techniques of the peak of the soldier level and a large number of strange things. They were all very precious. If such things were placed outside, they would probably be snatched up by others. After all, martial arts techniques of the peak of the soldier level were rare even among the 9 supremes. Under normal circumstances, only martial artists of the first transformation of the yin-yang state and the 15th level of hell could obtain and cultivate such martial arts techniques. How much is this martial arts technique for? Ling Xiao was in need of a martial arts technique of the peak of the soldier level to fill the gap in his martial arts, so he went forward and asked, "It's free." The martial artist looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a mocking smile. "But you can use your lifespan to exchange for it." Lifespan? Ling Xiao was stunned. That's right. Once you enter the world of the demon sovereign catalog, there is no return. You are completely isolated from the outside world. Only lifespan is everything. If you are willing to give me 10 years of lifespan, I will give you this martial arts technique of the peak of the soldier level. The martial artist sneered. Lifespan? Ling Xiao would definitely not sell it. To a martial artist, lifespan was really too important. Even a yin-yang state martial artist of the first transformation only had a lifespan of about 200 years. An extra year of lifespan was very likely to increase the hope of achieving Tao. Once one achieved Tao, their lifespan would increase greatly. Therefore, no one would use their lifespan to make a deal. Then I don't want it. I want to leave this place more. Ling Xiao said. Leave? Don't joke around. I have been here for more than 100 years. I have never seen anyone leave this place. Although you can cultivate in the Demon Sovereign catalog, the cultivation and energy you obtain will all be taken away by the owner of the catalog and devoured by the Demon Sovereign catalog itself. Therefore, once you enter, your strength will forever remain at that level. Unless you don't need to rely on the spirit energy of heaven and earth to increase your cultivation. The stall owner let out a crazy laugh. However, Ling Xiao seemed to have heard some clues. Under normal circumstances, his cultivation did not require the spirit energy of heaven and earth. He only needed to stimulate the potential in his body to achieve a breakthrough. In addition, the Sky Tyrant martial soul had already broken the laws of the Demon Sovereign catalog. Therefore, he did not need to be restrained. In other words, the Demon Sovereign catalog that was very terrifying to these people was not a problem to him. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao revealed a smile. Even if no one had ever left this place before, Ling Xiao had to leave. How could a mere magic treasure be trapped by it? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao wanted to leave this lifeless city and continue to search this world where the demon sovereign massacred. This world was somewhat similar to his Mountain River world, but it was much weaker and the laws were not stable enough. Even so, to the martial artists of the Black Tortoise continent, it was already very terrifying. He believed that there must be something good in such a world. Just like how he would hide his treasures in the Mountain River world, there might also be treasures hidden by the disciples of the Mystic Snake Demon Sect in the Demon Sovereign catalog. However, just as he was about to step out of the city gate, suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew. Chapter 2978. This demon had a pair of terrifying black wings on its back. It also had a tail that was as tough as an iron chain. Its entire body was covered in thick and heavy scales. The color of the scales was also pitch black and shiny. Its face was unusually ferocious, and one could tell at a glance that it was some sort of terrifying beast. It's actually the unbounded heavenly rat. Quick, Ling Xiao, you must capture it. The Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. Unbounded heavenly rat? Ling Xiao hurriedly activated his Taiji Eye to analyze and observe. The so-called unbounded heavenly rat was actually in existence on the same level as the undying bird. It was a terrifying rat-type demonic beast that had existed in the Xuanwu continent in ancient times. Its terrifying combat strength was second only to the dragon race. This unbounded heavenly rat looked like it was still in its infancy and had yet to mature. However, its strength was already at the peak of the 18th level of hell. Furthermore, its combat strength was obviously much stronger than many martialists of the same level. This fellow should be here to devour these human martialists. It has just been born and is still very weak. This is also your only chance to obtain it and make it into a divine beast soul vessel. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another chance. The Yuan Venerate seemed very anxious. I understand, Master. I will definitely obtain this fellow. In the Demon Venerate catalog, its combat strength shouldn't be able to be fully unleashed. I actually have the advantage. Ling Xiao could sense his own advantage. In the Demon Venerate catalog, he wasn't restricted by nomological laws. Thus, his strength could actually increase by 3 large realms. Currently, his cultivation was at the peak of the 14th level of Hell. After increasing by 3 large realms, he would be at the peak of the 17th level of Hell. Although it would still be very difficult to defeat the unbounded Heavenly Rat, he still had Little Gold. Little Gold was the same as him. Thanks to the Sky Tyrant martial soul, its combat strength in the Demon Venerate catalog could reach the middle of the 18th level of Hell. If the two of them worked together, it wouldn't be impossible to take down the unbounded Heavenly Rat. Just as he was planning how to take down this fellow, the unbounded Heavenly Rat had already started to attack. In an instant, more than a dozen martialists were swallowed. However, the martialists here were generally weaker. The strongest one was only at the peak of the 15th level of Hell. Swallowing them didn't seem to help its strength increase much. This allowed Ling Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the infinite Heavenly Rat's attack was already aimed at Ling Xiao. It opened its mouth, and its tongue was actually hundreds of meters long. With a curl, it wanted to suck Ling Xiao and the dozen people around him into its mouth. Seeing this, Ling Xiao did not retreat. He instantly entered the Tyrannosaurus Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul transformation mode. At the same time, he took out the Demon Dragon Sword. True Devil Sword formation. With an explosive roar, 9 Demon Dragon Sun Swords shot out explosively, smashing against the tongue of the everlasting Heavenly Rat, unexpectedly causing it to bounce back. However, the limitless Heavenly Rat was indeed powerful. Even after being attacked by Ling Xiao, it did not suffer any damage. Only its tongue had retracted back a certain distance. It opened its ferocious eyes and stared at Ling Xiao. He didn't seem to understand. Ling Xiao's cultivation seemed very weak, so how could he burst out with such a powerful attack? He was actually able to repel its attack? Rumble. Under his rage, the unbounded Heavenly Rat actually abandoned the rest of the people. It flapped its wings, releasing countless strange black rays. The black rays tore through the air, letting out a terrifying cracking sound. The power was tyrannical, like terrifying sword rays. They crisscrossed and densely covered Ling Xiao and the space within a dozen meters of him. Ling Xiao still did not let Little Gold attack. Feeling the terrifying attack that was like an inescapable net, Ling Xiao summoned all his beast souls behind him. At the same time, he also integrated the power of the Heavenly Dragon, the power of the Divine Phoenix, and the power of the White Tiger into his attack. He also used the Demonic Dragon Possession at the same time. A terrifying battle power erupted in an instant. It was the same true Devil Sword formation, but the power this time was dozens of times stronger than before. Wherever the sword rays went, the black rays would shatter and disappear without a trace. Little Gold. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly roared. Little Gold launched a surprise attack. The glaring 9 Underworld Yellow Springs Golden Light was completely released. Currently, he could burst out with the battle power of a Yin-Yang Stage 18 level of Hell. It was another surprise attack. In addition, the 9 Underworld Yellow Springs Golden Light was terrifying. The unbounded Heavenly Rat was hit. Although it did not die, a hideous wound appeared on its body, and its battle power was also greatly reduced. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not use the Demonic Dragon Sword anymore. He directly changed his form. He turned into the Undying Bird form. He charged towards the unbounded Heavenly Rat. His terrifying and sharp claws slammed onto the unbounded Heavenly Rat's head. Boom! The unbounded Heavenly Rat had just been injured by Little Gold's attack, and before it could react, it was slammed by the Undying Bird form Ling Xiao had transformed into. Its head was instantly smashed, and it was sent flying. However, the unbounded Heavenly Rat was still the unbounded Heavenly Rat. Its tenacious vitality was also very shocking. Its eyes were filled with terrifying hatred, and it actually spoke in human language. Foolish human, I didn't expect you to have such powerful strength. I want to eat you even more now. Unbounded underworld. It roared furiously. A terrifying aura rose from its body. Then, this aura condensed into a strange little world, and it contained a sinister and terrifying power of death. This was the unbounded underworld, the unbounded heavenly rat's most powerful attack. You're just a human, and you want me to use such a powerful attack? Even if you die, you should be proud. It was not that the unbounded heavenly rat did not know how to speak, but at the beginning, it did not even bother to speak. In its eyes, Ling Xiao was not even worth mentioning. But now, it had to speak. Ling Xiao's strength shocked it. Boring. Ling Xiao suddenly released his Sky Tyrant martial soul. An endless black world appeared behind him. It was illusory, ethereal, ancient, and boundless. Terrifying power was constantly being released from this black world. Ling Xiao only swung his claws lightly, and the unbounded underworld was completely destroyed. It completely disappeared. Ling Xiao's figure had already reached the unbounded heavenly rat's side. Die. He had no intention of showing any mercy. In such a battle, showing mercy was equivalent to courting death. After killing the unbounded heavenly rat, Ling Xiao directly threw it into the pitch-black Sky Tyrant universe. He also kept his Sky Tyrant martial soul. He landed on the ground, crossed his legs, and began to cultivate. Xiao Jin stood at the side to protect him. The power of the unbounded heavenly rat was indeed terrifying. But now that he was heavily injured, it was not difficult to refine it. After a mere 20 minutes, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Behind him, the shadow of the unbounded heavenly rat appeared. That was the unbounded heavenly rat martial soul. It would also become the Sun Divine Beast Soul's vessel. What shocked Ling Xiao the most was that after the unbounded heavenly rat was completely refined, his Sun Divine Beast Soul's awakening rate had increased from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,000. Chapter 2979. After the battle with the Wuji heavenly rat just now, Ling Xiao's cultivation C had also increased greatly. It had actually soared to 90% of his energy. After all, the Wuji heavenly rat was a demonic beast at the peak of the 18th level of hell. Although Ling Xiao was not restricted by the laws and could unleash the combat strength of the peak of the 17th level of hell in the Demon Venerable catalog, it was still not enough. After all, it was just an illusion. Therefore, his cells were still crazily releasing their potential, resulting in such an improvement. Although he had not broken through yet, it would probably be soon. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that after refining the Wuji heavenly rat, Ling Xiao also obtained a lot of information about the Demon Venerable catalog. Previously, he was worried that he would be trapped here and unable to leave. But now, he was not worried. Because according to the Wuji heavenly rat's memories, if he wanted to leave the Demon Venerable catalog, he had to master the laws here and not be restricted by the laws here. As long as he could do this, he would be able to break through the barrier of the Demon Venerable catalog and directly rush out. This sounded easy, but in reality, there were existences here who had lived for nearly 400 years and still had not been able to break through the laws. In any case, according to the Wuji heavenly rat's memories, there was no one who could leave after entering. One had to know that it was a demonic beast that had been trapped here since the day the Demon Venerable catalog was born. If it had not been staying here all this time, its strength would definitely not be at the peak of the 18th level of hell. Since he already knew how to leave, Ling Xiao did not plan to stay any longer. According to the Wuji heavenly rat's memories, the Demon Venerable catalog should be different from his mountain river world. His previous judgment was wrong. The Demon Venerable catalog was equivalent to a cage. All the cultivators trapped here were working for the owner of the catalog. However, the mountain river world was different. It was a true small world, a world of its own. There were no treasures here at all. The best things were those martial techniques at the peak of the soldier level. Ling Xiao returned to the city and took out the basic peak soldier level martial technique manuals. In any case, those people had either died or fled, so this thing naturally belonged to him. There were also a large number of precious medicinal herbs. They were useless in here, but they were definitely excellent ingredients for refining pills outside. After doing all this, he tore through the air and left. In the void, there was a transparent barrier that could be faintly seen with the naked eye. Normally, people who were trapped here would not be able to break through the barrier even if they risked their lives. However, this was not the case for Ling Xiao. He had already grasped the laws here, so he was naturally not bound by them. He easily broke through the barrier and rushed out. The moment he flew out of the demon's sovereign catalog, Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that there was a ferocious demonic beast in front of him. Moreover, this demonic beast's combat strength had actually reached the peak of the 1-star 15th level of hell. Such a demonic beast should only be seen on the 3rd or 4th floor of the 9th-floor demon pagoda. Generally, the 3rd level was the 15th level of hell's middle and late-stage demonic beasts, but there were also some that had evolved and mutated. He hurriedly scurried to the side and checked his surroundings. Since he was surrounded by demonic beasts with strength at the mid and late stages of the 1-star 15-level hell, he could conclude that this was the 3rd floor of the 9-level demon pagoda. At this moment, the mystic snake demon sect's disciple who had trapped him with the demon's sovereign catalog was actually fighting a coquettish female cultivator. Moreover, they had the upper hand. The demon's sovereign catalog was thrown to the side for some unknown reason. However, it just so happened that when he escaped, he was not noticed by that mystic snake demon sect's disciple. Ling Xiao immediately hid. This time, he directly completely restrained his aura. He only heard that female cultivator retreat while shouting in grief and indignation, "I didn't hesitate to betray my fellow sect members to lure those devil dragon sword court's disciples over for you to trap them. I didn't expect that you would even want to deal with me. Could it be that the demon's sovereign sword art is more important than the trust between us? Hee, you can only blame yourself for being stupid. I'm a disciple of the mystic snake demon sect. Why would I share weal and woe with an idiot woman like you? So what if I did use you? If you obediently hand over the demon's sovereign sword art, I might spare your life. However, your sect probably won't let you off after knowing that you killed so many of your fellow sect members." Ha 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 ha. That mystic snake demon sect's disciple laughed very wildly. He was very powerful. The female cultivator was not his match. Even a demonic beast with strength at the peak of the 1-star 15-level hell did not dare to approach him. As he laughed, he intensified his attacks. Although he was talking, his hands did not relax at all. "Why should I give it to you? This demon's sovereign sword art is a general-level martial art. It wasn't easy for me to get it. If you want to share it and cultivate it together, I have nothing to say. However, you want to keep it for yourself. I can't tolerate this." The female cultivator shouted in grief and indignation, "Idiot woman, you probably don't know why I came to the Devil Dragon Sword Court, right? In the 9 Supremes, there is a set of king-level martial arts known as the 9 Supreme Sword Art. The Demon's Sovereign Sword Art is only one of them. It is equivalent to a general-level martial art. I came to the Devil Dragon Sword Court for this. The complete 9 Supreme Sword Art is a very powerful martial art even in the 4 major domains, let alone in the 9 Supremes. Do you think I would share such a good thing with an idiot woman like you?" The mystic snake demon sect's disciple sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's heart could not help but beat rapidly. Demon Sovereign Sword Art? 9 Supreme Sword Art? General-level martial art? King-level martial art? With this, why would he need a peak soldier-level martial art? In the 9 Supremes, martial arts were divided into soldier level, general level, king level, and emperor level. In the 9 Supremes, there was no emperor-level martial art. It was just a legend. Therefore, king-level martial arts belonged to the pinnacle. Ling Xiao really did not expect that he would hear about king-level martial arts here. Although he did not know what the 9 Supreme Sword Art was, since it was a king-level martial art, it must be very powerful. The 9 Supreme Sword Art should have 9 parts, and the Demon Sovereign Sword Art was only one of them. However, just one of them was already a general-level martial art. It really made one's heart burn with excitement. The two opposite him were not good people. That woman framed her fellow disciples and colluded with the mystic snake demon sect's disciple. She deserved to be killed. That man, the mystic snake demon sect's disciple, was in the devil dragon sword court and killed so many disciples. He even tried to trap him in the demon sovereign catalog. He deserved to be killed. If those two guys did not deserve to be killed, he could have just stolen the demon sovereign sword art. But now, he was ready to kill them and rob them. In any case, if he missed such a heaven-sent opportunity, it would really be a waste. Even the heavens would not forgive him. However, he was not in a hurry to make a move. The enemy was very strong and not easy to deal with. He would let them fight each other first. Ling Xiao planned to wait for the right time to make a move. Chapter 2980. The mystic snake demon sect disciple didn't say anything else, but his attacks became even more ferocious. The nearby monsters were afraid of being implicated and avoided him. "I'll give it to you." The female cultivator finally gave in. She couldn't resist the fierce attacks of the mystic snake demon sect disciple. If this continued, she would die without a doubt. She had no choice but to give in. "It's too late." The mystic snake demon sect disciple sneered. "Whether you give it to me or not, you'll die today. Anyway, I can get that thing after killing you." The female cultivator's expression changed. She gritted her teeth, took out a black stone from her storage ring, and threw it to the side. Demon Lord Sword Art. Generally speaking, high-grade army level and above martial arts weren't written in words, but stored in something. Only those who were fated could comprehend it. If you didn't have enough comprehension or aptitude, you wouldn't even be able to comprehend it. Of course, there were written versions, but they were more rigid. Moreover, they were written after someone else comprehended them. Even if you learned them, you could only copy them. Therefore, the best way was to comprehend it yourself. That black stone should be the item that contained the Demon Lord Sword Art. When the mystic snake demon sect disciple saw it, he immediately abandoned the female cultivator and pounced on the black stone. Compared to killing the female cultivator, this item was more exciting. However, just as he was about to move, an afterimage suddenly flashed across the sky and grabbed the black stone. That's right. It's an item that records some profound martial arts. It's mine. Ling Xiao took the stone and hid it in the mountain river realm. This sudden turn of events made the mystic snake demon sect disciple very angry. "How can it be you? Weren't you trapped in the Demon Lord catalog?" The mystic snake demon sect disciple asked in surprise. "Haha, are you talking about this? I'm sorry, trapping me in there was your biggest mistake. This thing belongs to me now." Ling Xiao smiled and raised the demon sovereign catalog in his hand. The reason he wanted this item was mainly because he thought it might be related to the Demon Lord Sword Art in some way. "You're courting death. Trash from the demonic dragon sword court." The mystic snake sect disciples were enraged when they saw this. He remembered that when he captured Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the late stage of the 14th level of hell. He was no match for him. So what if they managed to escape? He was still no match for him. Whether it was the Demon Sovereign Sword Art or the Demon Sovereign Catalog, they could not fall into the hands of Ling Xiao. He suddenly exploded with an attack, sending Ling Xiao flying with a punch. As Ling Xiao retreated, a strange smile bloomed on his face. "Thank you so much. My last shackle has been broken." In the Demon Venerable Catalog, Ling Xiao's cultivation was close to breaking through to the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The terrifying pressure from the furious strike of the mystic snake devil sect disciple once again stimulated the potential in his body, instantly breaking through the shackles of his cultivation base. It allowed him to enter the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 15th level, the early stage of hell. Generally speaking, in order for one's cultivation to break through to a certain realm, one's soul must first reach that realm. This was the reason why comprehension was so important. Most martial artists could not break through not because their bodies did not meet the requirements. It was because their souls did not meet the requirements. However, Ling Xiao was different. His soul cultivation base had already reached the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm's first revolution of hell. Therefore, his cultivation base breakthrough was not restricted at all. As long as his cultivation base was filled, he could break through. He was not like many people who could not break through even though their bodies met the requirements and their cultivation bases were filled because their souls were too weak. Although soul cultivation could not increase one's strength, it was an essential condition for a breakthrough. In this aspect, Ling Xiao had a huge advantage. The moment he broke through, Ling Xiao's combat strength increased by 100 times. He no longer feared the mystic snake devil sect disciple. To him, any martial artist below the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm's first revolution of hell was an opponent he could defeat. It was just that it would be more difficult to defeat a martial artist at the peak of the 15th level. But so what? Ling Xiao could use this battle to consolidate his newly broken cultivation base. He did not hesitate and directly entered the unbounded, heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. At the same time, he activated the awakening power of 1,000th of the sun god beast soul. At that moment, he felt that his combat strength did not lose to the mystic snake devil sect disciple at all. The two of them constantly clashed on the 3rd floor of the 9-floored demon pagoda. Countless beasts were implicated. Little Gold directly started to pick up the beast crystal cores behind them. The rat-type, cow-type, and bird-type beast crystal cores were all left for Ling Xiao. He first devoured the beast crystal cores that had heat energy. The weakest beast here was at the mid-stage of the Yin-Yang realm's first revolution of hell. The heat energy produced by the beast crystal cores was a huge boost to him. The battle lasted for half an hour. Little Gold's strength had also increased from the mid-stage of the Yin-Yang realm's first revolution of hell to the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's first revolution of hell. The energy in his cultivation base had also increased to 70%. It was a pity that even though those demonic beasts with peak strength were affected, they didn't die. Therefore, he could not pick up the beast crystal cores. Seeing that boss Ling Xiao's battle was still ongoing, he might as well attack the beasts at their peak. With his current strength and the 9 underworld yellow spring golden light, the beasts at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's first revolution of hell were no match for him. Within 20 minutes, he had killed several beasts. Finally, his strength had increased to the peak. Little Gold's appearance did not attract the attention of the mystic snake devil sect disciple. After all, Little Gold was a beast. He thought that it was a beast from the 3rd floor of the 9-floored demon pagoda causing trouble. Moreover, it was already very difficult for him to face Ling Xiao. He had already used up a lot of energy in the battle with that woman. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. On the other hand, Ling Xiao became more and more courageous as he fought. He also became more and more familiar with the new beast soul transformation. He was even more adept at using the awakening power of the sun god beast soul. By the time the energy in his cultivation base increased to 30%, the mystic snake devil sect disciple was no longer of much help to his cultivation base. Ling Xiao did not intend to waste any more time. He suddenly used the earth-crossing golden light technique and appeared behind that guy. What? The terrified mystic snake devil sect disciple saw the sharp claws piercing his throat with his own eyes. He could feel the intense pain in his body and his life force rapidly draining away. How can this be? Your cultivation base is only at the late stage of the 14th floor of hell. How can you be my match? He could not understand what had happened to Ling Xiao in just a short hour. There are many things that you don't understand. It's a pity that you have been hiding in the 9-floored demon pagoda for so many years. I will kindly accept this demon sovereign sword technique and demon sovereign catalog. Chapter 2981. Ling Xiao's hand finally broke the mystic snake demon sect disciple's neck. The mystic snake demon sect disciple's neck was crooked to the side, and he was no longer breathing. Only his eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. He regretted that he had endured for so many years. How could he have provoked such a terrifying person and wasted all his previous efforts? Not only did he not get what he wanted, but he even lost his life. After killing the mystic snake demon sect disciple, Ling Xiao took his storage ring and checked it. There were many things in this guy's storage ring, but most of them were peak soldier-level martial arts, some mortal emperor weapons, and a small number of mid-grade spirit stones. Apart from the mid-grade spirit stones, the rest of the items did not have much meaning to him. He planned to send this peak soldier-level martial arts to the 8 Immortals Kingdom after he got out. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the Black Tortoise continent, the 8 Immortals Kingdom had to become stronger. Martial artists from the Celestial Empire had entered the Eight Immortals Kingdom through the coastline and were cultivating there. This level of martial arts was very important. Although the Eight Immortals Kingdom was far away, with his current speed, he could reach it in 2 days at most. On the way, he could also comprehend the demon venerable sword technique. He calculated his own strength. Currently, without transforming into a beast soul, he could easily defeat a martial artist below the middle stage of the 15th level of hell. In the ordinary beast soul transformation state, he could easily defeat a martial artist below the late stage of the 15th level of hell. In the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation state, he could defeat a martial artist at the peak of the 15th level of hell. Although it would take some time, it was not too difficult. The increase in strength brought about by the awakening of the divine beast soul really surprised him. It was much stronger than he had imagined. If he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he believed that with his current cultivation, he could fight a martial artist at the early stage of the 16th level of hell. Even if he could not win, he would not lose. Of course, these were the majority of ordinary martial artists. Geniuses were another story. After all, many geniuses had talent that was not inferior to his. This was basically his current situation. Although there might be many accidents in actual combat, most of them would not affect him too much. Of course, if he cultivated the demon sovereign sword art, the chances of an accident happening would be even lower. Moreover, when facing a true genius martial artist, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage because of a lack of martial skills. Therefore, the cultivation of the demon sovereign sword art was of utmost importance. Boss, what should we do with this woman? Xiao Jin had already helped Ling Xiao capture the female warrior who was trying to escape. I have a good idea. Ling Xiao sneered and threw the demon sovereign catalog. The female warrior was directly sent into the world of the demon sovereign catalog. Among them, there were many fellow disciples who had been betrayed by this woman. It was easy to imagine what would happen to her. Although he hadn't fully understood the demon sovereign catalog, it wasn't a problem to trap someone inside. At the very least, those who were weaker than him would not be a problem. This item should be a high-quality emperor artifact. There was nothing bad about having it by his side to constantly replenish his potential. As for the martial artists trapped inside, he would release them later, but not now. Who knew if those guys would target him after they came out? Being a good person, he had to consider his own safety first. Xiao Jin, next, go to the 4th level to stroll around. That place is full of demonic beasts with 1-star 15-level Hell's Peak strength. See if you can increase your strength a little more. Ling Xiao called Xiao Jin. Then one man and one beast directly rushed towards the 9-level Demon Pagoda's 3rd level. The demonic beasts along the way all avoided them when they smelled their scent, fearful of being caught by them. This one man and one beast already became the nightmare of all the demonic beasts on the 3rd level. On the 9-level Demon Pagoda's 4th level, Ling Xiao only used an ordinary beast soul transformation and unleashed a massacre together with Xiao Jin. One man and one beast, hunting demonic beasts at the same time. But the effect was not very good. After spending a full 4 to 5 hours, Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy merely increased by 10%. Xiao Jin's cultivation C energy did not even increase by 10%. Looks like we're too strong. These demonic beasts already can't take it anymore. Go back, don't waste this time. Seeing that there was not much effect, Ling Xiao was straightforward and directly left the 9-level Demon Pagoda with Xiao Jin. Then, they went straight to the 8 Immortals Kingdom. On the way, Ling Xiao was comprehending the demon venerable sword technique. General-level martial arts were indeed difficult to comprehend, but Ling Xiao always believed in his own comprehension. In addition to the Sky Tyrant martial soul, his comprehension was innate. This was even more powerful than the Tai Chi's analytical ability. After returning to the 8 Immortals Kingdom, Ling Xiao did not stop. After passing a large number of peak soldier-level martial arts to Chenbai and Haimyung-ko, he quickly turned back. It should have taken 4 days, but they only took 3. It could only be said that both Xiao Jin and his strength had increased, so their speed had increased. I've been delayed for a few days. I don't know if 9th senior brother Fang Feiyun and that bitch Lin Xian will cause trouble for me. Returning to the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile. Boss, You look very happy. Xiao Jin laughed. At this time, he had shrunk to the size of a palm and flew back into the beast ring. Of course I'm happy. I can't wait for them to cause trouble. Then I'll have a legitimate reason to deal with those two. Ling Xiao said that he was not a gentleman, so he never thought it was too early to take revenge. As long as there was a chance, he would never let his enemies go. Ha ha ha, boss, you're so bad. With your current combat strength, if you use the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul transformation, I'm afraid that even those demon envoys may not be your match. I really want to see the expressions of those who looked down on you and treated you as trash. Xiao Jin laughed. I don't care about vanity. As long as I can take revenge, it's fine. Ling Xiao had never cared much about other people's opinions. He just couldn't tolerate those who bullied him because he was weak. So after he became stronger, he naturally wanted to take revenge on those guys. As they spoke, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the Demon Dragon Sword Court's territory. Take him down. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Then, two martial artists stopped him. Ling Xiao raised his head to take a look. These two martial artists from the Demon Dragon Sword Court had the symbol of the Sky Demon Mansion on their clothes. They should be disciples of the Sky Demon Mansion. Both of them were not weak. One of them was at the early stage of the 15th level of Hell, while the other was at the middle stage of the 15th level of Hell. Moreover, Ling Xiao recognized these two guys. When he followed Lin Geng to the Sky Demon Mansion, they had laughed at him a lot. But why would he care about such a small grudge? Chapter 2982. Kid, don't ask a question you already know the answer to. You actually left the sect for 3 days. We have reason to suspect you of colluding with the enemy and betraying the sect. One of them said coldly. Colluding with the enemy? Betraying the sect? Don't joke around. I remember very clearly that the Demon Dragon Sword Court's rules say that as long as you rush back to the sect within 7 days, even if you go outside to cultivate, there won't be any problems. How did it become colluding with the enemy when it comes to you? Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. These two people were clearly looking for trouble. Cut the crap. Demon Envoy Lin Xian has ordered that as long as you appear, you will be arrested immediately. Lin Xian? That bitch? She's simply using her position to avenge a private grudge. Ling Xiao said these words, not in his heart. The two people were shocked, and one of them flew into a rage. How dare you insult Demon Envoy Lin Xian? You're courting death. He roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. You're just a piece of trash, an abandoned pawn despised by the 13 demon generals. How dare you be so bold? No one will blame me if I kill you. Kill me? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. You're courting death. Don't blame me. Seeing that the warrior was less than a foot away from Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his right hand and pointed. The sharp sword chi instantly shattered the long sword in the martial artist's hand and pierced through his throat. No, impossible. These were the last words a martial artist left in this world. Then, he fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Do you want to try to? Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the other warrior and said coldly, No, forget it. I beg you to spare me. I'm just following orders. The warrior said while trembling with fear. In his eyes, Ling Xiao had almost turned into a devil. He was too terrifying. It's good that you've learned your lesson. I'm still a very benevolent person. Carry this trash's corpse and come with me to see that bitch Lin Xian. Ling Xiao sneered and called out, Yes, yes, yes. How could that person dare to refuse? He directly carried the corpse of his companion on his back and walked in front, trembling. However, he was cursing Ling Xiao in his heart. No matter how powerful you are not ninth senior brother's match, much less Demon Envoy Lin Xian's match. Since you dare to be so arrogant, you will suffer later. I'll endure it for now. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what this guy was thinking, but he didn't care. To him, he could not wait for Lin Xian and Fang Feiyun to make a move against him. This way, he would have a legitimate reason to take revenge. The warrior carrying the corpse in front walked very quickly. He was probably anxious to find Lin Xian or Fang Feiyun to help him vent his anger. Ling Xiao also quickened his pace. In any case, As long as the heavenly demon general didn't interfere, he really wasn't afraid of any demon envoy. Along the way, they didn't meet anyone. They were probably at the training ground, and the direction that the warrior was walking in was also the direction of the training ground. Lin Xian and ninth senior brother Fang Feiyun were responsible for the training of ordinary disciples, so the possibility of the two of them being at the training ground was very high. Seeing Ling Xiao appear, almost all the ordinary disciples revealed surprised and confused expressions. After Ling Xiao came to the Demon Dragon Sword Court, he didn't show up except for the first day. Although this wasn't against the rules, because the rules of the Demon Dragon Sword Court were very liberal. A warrior's cultivation required them to go out and explore. As long as they returned within 7 days, it was nothing. But the problem was that this angered demon envoy Lin Xian and ninth senior brother Fang Feiyun. Rules were dead, people were alive. If these two said that Ling Xiao deserved to die, then Ling Xiao really deserved to die. Originally, they thought so. But when they saw that one of the two warriors who went to pick up Ling Xiao had become a corpse, they didn't understand. Could it be that this kid killed him? He can't have this kind of strength. It doesn't matter if he killed him or not. Originally, he left the Demon Dragon Sword Court without permission for 3 days, which already angered Lord Demon Envoy. This time, it's already difficult to escape. Now that he dares to kill someone, isn't this the same as giving Lord Demon Envoy a chance to kill him? That's right. Lin Xian's younger brother, Lin Feiyang, was bullied badly by Ling Xiao during the entrance exam. Lin Xian's heart is filled with anger. Ling Xiao is simply asking for trouble. Ninth senior brother has been unhappy with him for a long time because he dared to get together with junior sister Chi-Chi. Ninth senior brother seems to like junior sister Chi-Chi very much. Everyone whispered and discussed. They all showed a high degree of concern and gloating about Ling Xiao's fate. It wasn't because Ling Xiao was annoying, but because Ling Xiao was a weakling. He dares to steal ninth senior brother's woman. Is he worthy? I don't know what kind of dog luck he had to win 3 consecutive championships. Or the demon generals have discerning eyes and know that he's trash, so they aren't willing to accept him as a direct disciple. That's right, that's right. Ninth senior brother's temper is very bad. I heard that because an ordinary disciple picked up a trash treasure that he threw away and used it, he was killed by him. This Ling Xiao is dead for sure. He deserves to die. A new ordinary disciple should be bullied obediently. He actually ran out to hide. It's fine if you hide, but you actually dare to come back. What an idiot. Listening to these people's discussion, Ling Xiao actually didn't get angry. He only felt that a weakling really didn't have any status. It was really incomparably lamentable. If he was a powerhouse, these people definitely wouldn't dare to talk about him like this. Lord Demon Envoy, you have to uphold justice for this disciple. Suddenly, the disciple carrying the corpse shouted, because he saw Lin Xian and senior brother Fang Feiyun. What's going on? Aren't they the people I sent to arrest Ling Xiao with you? Why are they dead? Who killed them? Lin Xian was also a little surprised. The 2 people she sent were martial artists at level 15 of Hell and Yin-Yang Realm. One was in the early stage and the other was in the middle stage. How could they be killed in the sect? I killed them, Ling Xiao said calmly. Bullsh *T with your strength. How could you kill them? Lin Xian scolded. Lord Demon Envoy, he really killed them. I don't know what martial arts that guy learned, but his strength has increased greatly. The disciple kneeling on the ground cried out loudly, It was really you? At this moment, Lin Xian stood up and frowned. Soon after, she revealed a smile. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you really brought this upon yourself. She was originally thinking of how to sentence Ling Xiao to death. After all, there wasn't enough evidence to accuse Ling Xiao of colluding with the enemy. However, Ling Xiao dared to kill a fellow disciple, which was a capital offense. Is that so? Why didn't I know? Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent. Facing Lin Xian, he didn't have the slightest fear. Humph, you're still pretending. Your divine fire is useless to me. Lin Xian had already found a Dharma treasure that could block the divine fire, although it could only block it for less than 10 seconds. Chapter 2983. I've already found a way to restrain your divine fire. With my strength, I can kill you in 3 seconds. Lin Xian looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of coldness. Is that so? Then I have to congratulate you. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest first. After cultivating for several days, I'm really tired. Facing demon envoy Lin Xian's threat, Ling Xiao actually didn't care at all. This made those ordinary disciples even more furious. They longed to see Ling Xiao's frightened and timid expression. Perhaps only then could they satisfy their malice towards the weak. Kid, are you joking? Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. She didn't understand why Ling Xiao could still be so calm after hearing her words. She roared angrily, do you know that killing a fellow disciple is a capital crime in the Demon Dragon Sword Court? Not only did you leave the sect for 3 days, but you also killed a fellow disciple the moment you returned. This makes me suspect that you're colluding with the enemy. It's useless even if you beg for mercy. Unless the demon generals plead for you, your little life will be completely gone. But I believe that no one will plead for a trash like you, who was abandoned by the demon generals. Hee, the moment I came back, he accused me of colluding with the enemy and wanted to kill me. Could it be that I can't kill him and just let him kill me? You're an idiot. Do you think everyone else is an idiot? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, if you want to frame me with a groundless accusation, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush? If you want to avenge a private grudge, then do it. He couldn't wait for demon envoy Lin Xian to make her move. Facing this smelly bitch, he didn't have any sympathy or pity. There was only killing intent. All right, since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian was already infuriated by Ling Xiao's indifferent attitude. It was as if he didn't put her in his eyes at all. How could she accept this? Her murderous aura burst out in an instant, scaring all the disciples on the training ground away from her. Demon envoy Lin Xian, calm down. There's no need for you to personally kill an insignificant character. Let me do it. I've tolerated this brat for a long time. Just as Lin Xian was about to make a move, 9th senior brother Fang Feiyun stepped forward. He had been waiting for a chance to kill Ling Xiao. The reason was very simple. It was because Ling Xiao and Xiao Qiqi's relationship was too good. This was something that he could not tolerate. Leave it to you? Lin Xian glanced at Fang Feiyun, then nodded and said, that's true. If I personally take action against such a small character, I'm afraid that if word gets out, people will say that I'm bullying the weak. You're about the same age as him, so it's enough for you to deal with him. However, the training here is a little tight. If you can't solve the problem in a minute, I'll have to do it myself. Don't worry, Demon Envoy. It won't even take a minute. It will be done in 10 seconds at most. Fang Feiyun also obtained a method to resist the divine fire. Although he could only resist for a moment, he believed that with his strength, this little bit of time was enough to kill Ling Xiao. He raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao, his face full of disdain. However, there was a terrifying murderous aura in his eyes. Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand. His body flashed, and he released a murderous aura toward Ling Xiao. The combat strength of a rank 1 Yin-Yang Realm's 15th level of Hell was perfectly unleashed. Other than the fact that he did not summon his martial soul, his attack was ruthless enough. The reason why he did not use his martial soul was because he despised Ling Xiao. Did he need his martial soul to kill Ling Xiao? Stop. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. It was Demon Envoy Lin Geng. As a Demon Envoy, Lin Geng naturally had a certain level of prestige among the disciples. After all, he was in charge of the Heavenly Demon Residence's rewards. Many disciples who offended him could not even get the rewards. Therefore, someone had already informed him of the situation here. Lin Geng did not rush over immediately because he knew that even if he came, he might not be able to stop Lin Xian. Lin Xian's strength was stronger than his. Although their cultivation levels were similar, he had to admit that. He went directly to the Heavenly Demon General, hoping that the Heavenly Demon General could save Ling Xiao. The Heavenly Demon General did not want to come, but under the pleading of his favorite disciple, Xiao Qiqi, he had no choice but to appear here. They appeared together with Lin Geng. When Lin Geng roared, Fang Feiyun was really shocked. He turned around and glanced at the heavenly demon general. He realized that his master had no intention of stopping him at all. He immediately understood what his master meant. In fact, he had always known that his master, the heavenly demon general, hated Ling Xiao for hanging out with Xiao Qiqi. Therefore, he had always wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, before he could find the opportunity, Ling Xiao had slipped away and only returned after a few days. He understood what his master meant. Fang Feiyun did not care about Ling Xiao's roar. He once again gathered his terrifying strength and attacked Ling Xiao with his long sword. Lin Geng and Xiao Qiqi rushed over and tried to stop him. However, they were too far away. At this distance, unless the heavenly demon general acted personally, no one could save Ling Xiao. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a cold smile. Many of the disciples who were watching all showed a gloating expression. They were jealous of Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao. In addition, Ling Xiao was so weak, so they were more than happy to see Ling Xiao suffer. Hee, this is the Sword Dynasty, the Devil Dragon Sword Court. So what if he won the entrance exam 3 times in a row? If he doesn't know how to be obedient, he'll die. That's right. Becoming a disciple of the Devil Dragon Sword Court seems crazy, but in fact, it's similar to being a prisoner. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life. This Ling Xiao is also a wake-up call for us. While everyone was talking, Fang Feiyun's attack had already arrived. In his hand was a mortal-grade emperor weapon, and its quality was not inferior to the Devil Dragon Sword. The move he used was also a peak soldier-level martial arts technique, and it was a peak soldier-level martial arts technique that had reached great mastery. It was more powerful than the moves used by Lin Feiyong and Xiao Qiqi before. Although he did not use his martial soul, if this move hit, people believed that Ling Xiao would die without a doubt. In an instant, the sword flashed and black gas lingered. The sword in Fang Feiyun's hand seemed to have turned into a long black snake, biting fiercely toward Ling Xiao's neck. Fang Feiyun, if you dare to kill him, I'll kill you. Xiao Qiqi screamed hysterically. Besides her father and mother, Xiao Qiqi felt that Ling Xiao was the person who treated her the best. Although they had not been together for long, she felt very safe staying by Ling Xiao's side. She did not want to lose Ling Xiao. However, the more she acted like this, the angrier Fang Feiyun became. I've done so much, but I didn't expect you to be so good to this trash. In that case, I'll kill this trash and see what you can do. Chapter 2984. In Fang Feiyun's opinion, Xiao Qiqi would never hate him for the rest of her life just because he killed Ling Xiao. She was just a kid after all. After a while, she would forget everything that was said today. Thus, his sword did not stop in the slightest, nor did it hesitate in the slightest. It went straight for Ling Xiao's throat. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to die. Lin Geng closed his eyes helplessly. He really did not want to see such a genius die tragically in front of him. However, Ling Xiao's face was as calm as an ancient well. It was as if the person who was about to be killed was not him, but someone else. Fang Feiyun's attack was about to reach his throat. Suddenly, he raised his right hand. His right hand turned into a sharp claw like a demonic beast. He did not even use a sword. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, his claws grabbed the sharp long sword. The violent sword energy was shattered in an instant. It did not even cause the slightest disturbance. How was this possible? Ling Xiao blocked 9th senior brother Fang Feiyun's attack so easily? Unbelievable. It was like a dream. Almost everyone could not help but rub their eyes. They wanted to see clearly if everything that happened in front of them was real. That's all you can do? Why are you so arrogant in front of me? Trash? Who's the trash? You're actually a 3-time champion like me? Such a trashy level. It's really disappointing. Ling Xiao swung his hand, and Fang Feiyun was thrown out along with his sword, although he quickly regained his balance. But the extremely shocked expression on his face represented everyone's thoughts at this time. Although he did not use his full strength and did not summon his martial soul, but he had used a martial arts technique that was at the peak of the soldier level. Even a martial artist of the same cultivation level could not block his attack so easily. How did Ling Xiao do it? This. I'm not dreaming, right? Ling Xiao is so strong that he blocked ninth senior brother's attack so easily? Absolutely impossible. I must be seeing things. He didn't even use a weapon. He blocked it with his bare hands. That's a partial transformation of the beast's soul. It can only increase the defense and attack of the hands. Even so, he shouldn't be so powerful. Could it be that what he said just now was true? That senior martial brother who was at the early stage of the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm was really killed by him? Heavens, if this is true, then what exactly happened to him in these 3.5 days? The people who had been gloating earlier now had frightened expressions on their faces. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would take revenge. Once the weak became strong, the revenge would be very terrifying. Although Xiao Qiqi and Lin Geng were shocked, they both smiled at the same time and breathed a sigh of relief. In contrast, Fang Feiyun and Lin Xian's faces were more or less ashen. In particular, Fang Feiyun, who bore the brunt of it, felt it the most. Ling Xiao's cultivation was definitely not at the early stage of the 14th level of Hell of the First Revolution Yin-Yang realm. You've been hiding your strength all this time. When did you reach the early stage of the 15th level of Hell in the First Revolution of the Yin-Yang realm? He roared angrily. Fang Feiyun's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Another heavy thunderbolt bomb was thrown down. The crowd was in an uproar. He's actually at the early stage of the 15th level of Hell in the First Revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Is this for real? Xiao Qiqi was at this cultivation before, and Lin Feiyang was only at the peak of the 14th level of Hell. At that time, Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the 14th level of Hell in the First Revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Because he was 16 years old and had just broken through the 14th level of Hell in the First Revolution of the First Revolution, he was thought to be a good-for-nothing with no way to improve. But this guy, how did he reach the early stage of the 15th level of Hell in such a short time? Who knows what happened in the 3.5 days that he disappeared? Did he have a fortuitous encounter? This dog's luck is too good. Does he count as a genius? Nonsense, of course he counts. I thought he was a good-for-nothing before, at least in terms of cultivation talent. But now, it seemed that his talent had been held back by the poor cultivation resources all this time. He might be more terrifying than Lin Feiyang, Xiao Qiqi, and even Fang Feiyun. The heavenly demon general naturally heard the crowd's discussion. At this moment, he was also extremely shocked. He had never seen a person who was 16 years old at the First Revolution who could still explode with such a terrifying cultivation speed. 3.5 days. This was simply defying the natural order. If this guy was not a genius, what was? Lil Qiqi, why did you shout just now? Don't you believe that Big Brother can protect you? Ling Xiao did not look at the shocked Fang Feiyun, nor did he answer his question. Instead, he looked at Xiao Qiqi and said to her with a smile, "It's Qiqi's fault. Qiqi shouldn't have doubted Big Brother's strength." Xiao Qiqi smiled through her tears and ran to Ling Xiao's side. She grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and shook it vigorously. "Big Brother, you're really amazing. Ninth senior brother is so strong, but you defeated him so easily. Is he strong? He's just a frog at the bottom of a well, a self-righteous good-for-nothing." Ling Xiao said disdainfully. This sentence made Fang Feiyun's face turn even uglier. He roared, "Qiqi, go away. Ling Xiao killed a fellow disciple. He deserves to die. I want to clean up the sect. How dare you say that I'm a frog at the bottom of a well? I just didn't use my martial soul. Do you really think you're stronger than me?" From Fang Feiyun's point of view, Ling Xiao had used his beast soul transformation. Although it was only a partial transformation, he did not use his martial soul, which was a disadvantage. Once he used his martial soul, he would definitely be incomparably powerful. "Qiqi, move aside first. Big Brother will kill this good-for-nothing. Then I'll play with you." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. "Okay then, Big Brother, you have to be careful." Xiao Qiqi walked to the side and sat on a stone bench with her two small hands holding her chin, swinging her legs and watching. "Fang Feiyun, you're really a classic example of courting death. It's fine that Lin Xian used her position to take revenge, but I, Ling Xiao, have never provoked you, and you want to kill me. Is it just because I'm close to Qiqi? This is simply unreasonable. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao instantly entered the Tyrannosaurus Blood Demon Dragon Beast Soul transformation. There was no need to use the ultimate Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation to deal with a mere Feng Feiyun. That was enough. Alright, we're all from the same sect. There's no need to be so calculative. Today's matter is indeed Feiyun's fault, but you're also at fault, so let's call it even. In the future, you'll both be good disciples of my Heavenly Demon Mansion. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill Feng Feiyun, the Heavenly Demon General stood out. Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of this guy. When he was about to be killed, this guy did not say a word. Now that he was about to kill Feng Feiyun, this guy stood out to stop him. Chapter 2985. In fact, the Heavenly Demon General thought that it was already a great favor for him to settle this matter and not pursue Ling Xiao's guilt. Not only should Ling Xiao not blame him, but he should also be grateful to him. He looked at Ling Xiao, waiting for Ling Xiao's gratitude. Only in this way could he show his magnanimity. Why are you so calculative? Ling Xiao's face revealed a cold smile. Heavenly Demon General, when Feng Feiyun wanted to kill me, I didn't see you stop him. As the first Demon General, you can't be so biased. If word gets out, your reputation won't be good. Impudent. How dare you speak to the Heavenly Demon General like that? Lin Geng was anxious because he felt that Ling Xiao's actions would offend the Heavenly Demon General. In the future, it would be more difficult for him to survive in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. However, he didn't know that even if Ling Xiao didn't do so, the Heavenly Demon General wouldn't let Ling Xiao live. It was just that he couldn't do it himself because of his face. After all, Ling Xiao slapped the faces of all the Demon Generals. This was absolutely intolerable for the Demon Generals who cared about their reputation. Lin Geng was still too naive. He didn't see the problem as clearly as Ling Xiao. Lin Geng, shut up. The Heavenly Demon General roared and immediately looked at Ling Xiao. I'm not afraid to tell you that the reason why I didn't stop you before was that I thought you were just a piece of trash. You're not worthy of my intervention. If that's the case, then you shouldn't have stopped me this time. Because compared to me, your disciple Feng Feiyun is even more trash. Ling Xiao mocked. You. The Heavenly Demon General was speechless for a moment. Indeed, according to his theory, since Feng Feiyun was trash, Ling Xiao shouldn't have been stopped from killing him. Master, please give this disciple a chance. This disciple wants to defeat Ling Xiao fair and square. At this time, Feng Feiyun spoke. I want to kill this guy who didn't follow the rules and talked back to Master in front of all the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Mansion. He wanted everyone to understand that personal disciples were not to be disobeyed. Let everyone understand that Shizuan absolutely cannot be contradicted. For this reason, this disciple hopes that the direct disciples and demon envoys who do not have missions, and even the deputies of the demon generals, can come and watch the battle. At this point, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, do you dare? Do you dare to fight me, Feng Feiyun, in front of everyone from the Heavenly Demon Mansion? Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao replied without thinking. Many people thought that Ling Xiao blocking Feng Feiyun's attack was just a coincidence. Even if he could block it, it was only because Feng Feiyun was not serious. Ling Xiao was taking advantage of the situation and pretending to be innocent. Therefore, he would definitely not agree to a public duel this time. However, Ling Xiao's reply was out of everyone's expectations. He actually agreed without any hesitation. Was this guy stupid? Did he really think that he was Feng Feiyun's opponent? Coincidentally blocking Feng Feiyun's attack once, and he was so arrogant and conceited. He was not far from death either. They always thought that even though Ling Xiao and Feng Feiyun both won 3 consecutive championships in the entrance examination, Ling Xiao even broke all the records. But the judgment of the demon generals would not be wrong. Since the demon generals thought that Ling Xiao was mediocre, a good-for-nothing, then it definitely would not be fake. Really an idiot, to actually not know that senior apprentice brother Feng Feiyun deliberately gave in to him. Still being cocky there. Yeah. Senior apprentice brother Feng Feiyun probably saw that Lord Demon General came. So he showed mercy, giving this pitiful worm an illusion, thinking that he could really contend with senior apprentice brother. Sigh, this is called You Won't Die If You Don't Seek Death. Clearly, Lord Heavenly Demon General already came forward to mediate, giving that boy face, forgiving all his sins. He actually still wasn't satisfied. Jumping for what? Silly cap. Heh. Don't you guys think that it would be more exciting if he was killed by senior apprentice brother Fang Feiyun in front of everyone from the Heavenly Demon Mansion? That's true. Luckily, this guy has a hole in his head. I guess he's imagining that he can defeat senior apprentice brother Fang Feiyun to prove himself. At the same time, it would also prove that the demon generals were wrong, proving that he's a genius. But unfortunately, how could the demon generals be wrong? Senior apprentice brother Fang Feiyun would not lose. I even suspect that his cultivation is fake. He should have cultivated some special martial arts that can bluff, but in fact, he's just a paper tiger. The discussions of the crowd completely criticized Ling Xiao to the point that he was covered in cuts and bruises. In the eyes of these people, it was as if he was an idiot who overestimated his own abilities, challenging an impossible mission. The Heavenly Demon General's heart was very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao actually dared to refute his face. Although Ling Xiao's words were not wrong, he was the Heavenly Demon General, and this guy actually dared to refute his face. Since that was the case, he would let this guy make a fool of himself in front of everyone. I'll give you 2.5 hours to prepare, then we'll have a showdown on the life and death arena of the Heavenly Demon Mansion. The Heavenly Demon General finally spoke. Feiyun, are you confident? Don't worry, Master. I'm 100% confident that I'll win. Fang Feiyun said with a cold face. Just now, I was careless and did not notice that his cultivation had increased. But even if his cultivation has increased to the early stage of the 15th level of hell, so what? My cultivation is at the late stage of the 15th level of hell. Moreover, I have a peak soldier level martial arts technique that he doesn't have. If I still can't defeat him, I'm willing to die to atone for my mistake. Good, you're ambitious. You're brave. The Heavenly Demon General nodded and said, Lin Geng, Lin Xian, the two of you immediately inform all the people in the Heavenly Demon Mansion who are not out on a mission to gather near the life and death arena. I'd like to see how a new disciple can defeat a personal disciple that I've been training for 2 years. At this moment, his heart was filled with rage. However, this old guy was very good at hiding his anger. On the surface, one would not be able to tell that he was furious. In half an hour, Lin Geng and Lin Xian ran around to gather the disciples and commanders of the Heavenly Demon Mansion. The so-called commanders were above the demon envoys and below the Heavenly Demon Generals. Their cultivation was usually at the 16th level of hell of the 16th level of hell. In every Devil General residence, there would basically be a few commanders present. The Heavenly Demon Mansion had 8 commanders and 16 deputy commanders, which was the most out of the 13 Demon General mansions. In addition, there were hundreds of personal guard disciples whose cultivation was lower than the deputy commanders and higher than the demon envoys. The so-called personal guard disciples were usually at the early to middle stage of the 16th level of hell of the 16th level of hell. They were very powerful, but they were usually older. Some of them might be over 100 years old, or even over 200 years old. These personal guard disciples were under the control of the commanders. Although they were more powerful than the demon envoys, they did not have as much authority as the demon envoys. The existence of the demon envoys was very special. Their cultivation was not weak, and their talent was not weak either. If they reached the 16th level of hell at a certain age, they would directly become deputy commanders and not personal guard disciples. If they exceeded this age, they could only be personal guard disciples. The age limit was usually 30 years old. This was also the crucial age that determined a martial artist's talent. Chapter 2986. During the entrance examination, Ling Xiao thought that the rank above Demon Envoy was Demon General. However, he was confused at that time. There was a huge gap between Demon Envoy and Demon General in terms of cultivation. It was impossible for there to be a gap in cultivation at this stage. Now, he understood that there were still commanders, deputy commanders, and personal guards between them. It did not matter if they were commanders, deputy commanders, or personal guards. Hearing the summons, they did not dare to delay. They all gathered near the life and death ring. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already sitting on the life and death ring, waiting for Feng Feiyun. As for Feng Feiyun, he was called to his bedroom by the heavenly demon general for a short period of time to upgrade him. It was impossible to upgrade his cultivation, but he could upgrade Feng Feiyun's martial techniques by 1 or 2 levels. In that case, the power would naturally be greater. His chances of winning would also be greater. Feng Feiyun was considered one of the weaker ones among the heavenly demon general's 9 personal disciples. He had never received such serious help from the heavenly demon general. He had actually earned a lot today. All right, your black cloud sword technique is now at the great perfection stage. Its power has increased by a lot. Master will bestow upon you a high-quality Emperor artifact sword. This is one of Master's personal treasured swords. You must slay that arrogant brat for Master. Although the heavenly demon general believed that Feng Feiyun could win, he still hoped to increase his chances of winning as much as possible. Half an hour later, almost everyone in the heavenly demon residence was present. Other than some who were out on missions, everyone wanted to see it with their own eyes. Who was so daring to challenge the heavenly demon general's personal disciple right after entering the sect? Of course, the ones who were most interested were the heavenly demon general's personal disciples. Other than Xiao Qi, the heavenly demon general had 9 personal disciples. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 16th level of hell. However, that person did not appear today. According to Xiao Qi, he had gone out to train. There were a total of 9 disciples left. Feng Feiyun was indeed the weakest one besides Xiao Qi. This was because the other 7 disciples were all at the peak of the 15th level of hell. The heavenly demon residence is indeed the strongest among the 13 demon general residences. The quality of their personal disciples is also very high. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said to the demon envoy Lin Geng, "That's natural. Out of the 13 demon general residences, only the Sky Demon residence has a personal disciple at the early stage of the 16th level of hell. As for the rest, the strongest was only at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 15th level of hell. However, when it came to the quality of the disciples, one would have to look at the Devil Master residence. That was where the true geniuses gathered. Basically, the most outstanding disciples of the 13 Devil Manors would be chosen to enter the Devil Lord Manor to cultivate. In the Devil Master residence, a disciple at the First Revolution Yin-Yang realm's 16th level of hell was considered normal. The most powerful ones had already reached the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Their strength was comparable to that of a demon general. One of them is Lan Di Machen, whom you've heard of before. Lin Geng said, "Hee, interesting. No wonder I felt that the personal disciples of the Devil General Manor are all so useless. So it turns out that their essence has all been absorbed into the Devil Lord Manor. This is understandable." Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't think much of these essences, even if they were just essences. In the face of any competition, Ling Xiao had a fearless spirit. Of course, in a real fight, he would never underestimate his opponent. However, he would never be intimidated by his opponent. One must know that most martial artists lost because they were intimidated by their opponent's aura. They were at a disadvantage from the beginning. If their strength was on par, it was almost impossible to turn the tables. Senior Brother Feng is here. At this moment, there was a bustling noise from the crowd. The heavenly demon general personally brought Feng Feiyun to the scene. In the life and death ring, Ling Xiao stood up and looked at Feng Feiyun. This stepping stone had delivered itself to his doorstep. How could he not use it? "Big brother, I'm here." Xiao Qi jumped and shouted in the crowd. She was relatively short, but the personal disciples of the heavenly demon general were all standing in the first row of the life and death ring. Ling Xiao smiled at Xiao Yi. He didn't care about the people around her. In his eyes, these personal disciples were no match for him. If there was anyone who could defeat him, it would be the first disciple of the heavenly demon general. It was said that she was a girl like an orchid in an empty valley. He just didn't know what she looked like. As he was thinking, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in the life and death ring. It was a woman. She was also very beautiful. When she landed just now, she gave off the feeling of a goddess descending to the mortal world. The people around her couldn't help but scream. The woman seemed to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by stars. She gently brushed her bangs and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. She thought that Ling Xiao would be infatuated with her like those people. However, what she saw was a disgusted expression. Are you crazy? I'm fighting Fang Feiyun today. Why are you here? He didn't know who this woman was, but he had seen many beautiful women. Whether it was the Moon Lady, Ling Yixue, or Cold Plum, they were all better than this woman. This woman was only at the level of Lin Ruoxian. Of course, she was also very beautiful. However, in the end, she lacked the temperament that made people infatuated with her. Hearing this, the woman frowned slightly. Even if she was frowning, she was still very beautiful. Therefore, it still attracted cheers and screams. At this moment, Fang Feiyun also jumped into the life and death ring and stood next to the woman. He said angrily to Ling Xiao, "How dare you? This is senior sister Yunling. How dare you scold her? Do you have a death wish?" "Oh, so it's senior sister Yunling. I thought it was an unorthodox person who didn't know the rules. Sorry. I didn't know that the personal disciple of the heavenly demon general was so unruly." Ling Xiao didn't mean to apologize at all. He was clearly being sarcastic. If one thought that he would be protective of the fairer sex just because she was a woman, then they were very wrong. In Ling Xiao's eyes, other than the woman he loved the most, there was no difference between men and women. Hee, interesting. I hope you'll still be so relaxed after the battle. Yunling patted Fang Feiyun's shoulder gently and said, "Feiyun, work harder. Although this is the life and death ring and swords have no eyes, there's no need to hold back. Save me the trouble of doing it myself." "Senior sister, don't worry. I definitely won't hold back." How could Fang Feiyun hold back? This was the life and death ring. Since it had already been decided, there was no chance of compromise. Yunling smiled and then jumped off the life and death ring and stood among the personal disciples. She was originally a little curious about Ling Xiao, but now there was only disdain and indifference. Chapter 2987. Big Brother, don't go easy on him. Chi-Chi supports you. To Xiao Chi-Chi, Ling Xiao was one of them. Even the heavenly demon general was an outsider, not to mention Fang Feiyun. Therefore, her stance was very clear. She supported Ling Xiao. Lin Geng was not as bold as her. Although he supported him in his heart, he did not dare to say it out loud. After all, he still had to beg for food under the heavenly demon general. Everyone's gaze was on the combat ring. Fang Feiyun could not wait to draw his treasured sword. However, it was not the one given to him by the heavenly demon general. It was his own ordinary emperor weapon. This was because he felt that he could defeat Ling Xiao without relying on the strength of his weapon. The sword in his hand was the demonic cloud sword. It was as black as ink. He held the sharp blade in his hand and pointed it at Ling Xiao. He said coldly, "Half an hour ago, I indeed underestimated you. That was why you were lucky enough to block my attack. However, on the combat ring, I will not be merciful. Just wait for your death." Ling Xiao only looked at Fang Feiyun. He had no intention of drawing his sword at all. He also did not enter the beast soul transformation state. He liked to challenge his limits. He thought that it would be enough to use the beast soul transformation. As for which part to transform, he would decide according to the situation later during the battle. There was a contemptuous smile on his face. To him, the current Fang Feiyun was really nothing. He had even killed the Black Snake demon sex disciple who was at the peak of the 15th level of hell. Whether it was combat experience or cultivation, that guy was much stronger than Fang Feiyun. Ling Xiao only had one purpose in dealing with Fang Feiyun now. That was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Ling Xiao, was not a weakling. He was not a good-for-nothing who could be easily bullied. Whoever wanted to deal with him could only wait for bad luck. Moreover, the Black Tortoise continent was also a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever was stronger and more outstanding would be favored more. Although he performed well in the entrance examination, he did not show his potential in cultivation. Today, he would let everyone in the heavenly demon mansion see how terrifying Ling Xiao was. 4 days after entering the sect, His cultivation had advanced from the early stage of the 14th level of hell to the early stage of the 15th level of hell. This speed of advancement was terrifying enough, right? However, it was useless to talk about his cultivation. He had to show it. As long as he defeated Fang Feiyun, these people would understand how powerful he was, and his cultivation was not to be underestimated. Poor Fang Feiyun, he was just a stepping stone for him to show off. That brat is too arrogant. He didn't even use a weapon when facing Senior Brother Fang. That's right. The Cloud Demon Sword is Senior Brother Fang's famous treasured sword. He wields it with ease. Ling Xiao is clearly courting death. That was everyone. They all felt that Ling Xiao had overestimated himself. Don't think that I will show mercy just because you don't use a weapon. Fang Feiyun's face darkened. He knew that Ling Xiao was looking down on him, so he had to beat him until he could use his sword. If you have the ability, I will use my weapon. But at least for now, you haven't shown me enough strength. Ling Xiao still had a contemptuous smile on his face. Fine. Then I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. Fang Feiyun did not waste any more words. He roared and stabbed the Cloud Demon sword in his hand at Ling Xiao. His body was extremely fast as the sword in his hand stabbed forward. Terrifying sword chi radiated out in all directions. Many ordinary disciples were scared out of their wits and retreated. Dark Cloud Sword Art, clouds come. Fang Feiyun shouted as he charged forward. Many dark clouds appeared on the Cloud Demon's sword in his hand. Terrifying sword chi condensed in the dark clouds. It seemed to contain an extremely terrifying aura. This was the move that he used to deal with Ling Xiao. However, it was more powerful than before. A move at the Great Perfection Realm was naturally more powerful than a move at the Great Perfection Realm. He had been trained by the Heavenly Demon General for 2 years and had just improved the Dark Cloud Sword Art to the Great Perfection Realm. He naturally had to work hard to repay the Heavenly Demon General's training. Seeing such a terrifying attack, even the personal guards and disciples were praising him. He is indeed the personal disciple of the Heavenly Demon General. He has cultivated the Dark Cloud Sword Art to the Great Perfection Realm. This move is probably invincible among the martial techniques at the peak of the soldier level. That's right. This move is the weakest of the 3 moves of the Black Cloud Sword Art. Furthermore, he hasn't even used his martial spirit. If he used his martial spirit and his strongest move, how terrifying would he be? The personal guards and disciples were somewhat emotional. Although their cultivation was higher than Fang Feiyun's, they did not have much potential to tap into. Fang Feiyun really made them envious. Although Fang Feiyun's attack was boasted by everyone to be able to destroy heaven and earth, but Ling Xiao's face was as calm as ever. He still did the same thing. He raised his hand, and his right hand was wrapped in a layer of cold scales, like the claws of the Tyrant blood demonic dragon. Ding! Once again, the terrifying sword chi came to an abrupt stop in an instant. It was completely shattered by the claw. It disappeared without a trace. Everyone stared fixedly at this scene, unable to believe that this was real. He blocked it again? Wasn't it a coincidence before? Those who had seen Ling Xiao block Fang Feiyun's attack before were stunned. For the first time, they felt real fear. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed made them incomparably alarmed. Get lost. Ling Xiao casually swung his hand, and Fang Feiyun was thrown out. After standing still in a sorry state, Fang Feiyun looked at Ling Xiao viciously. You forced me to do this. Dark Cloud Martial Soul. He roared, and a mysterious dark cloud appeared behind him. Within the dark cloud, there seemed to be terrifying energy. You should have done this earlier. If you don't use your martial soul, you can't hurt me at all. If you use your martial soul, you might be able to pose a threat to me. Ling Xiao still smiled contemptuously. Damn it. Fang Feiyun was annoyed. He thought that by using his martial soul, he could intimidate Ling Xiao and scare Ling Xiao. However, the contempt and ridicule on Ling Xiao's face was still there, as if he didn't care about his attack at all. Damn it. He was angry. The dark cloud suddenly split open, and the cloud turned into dozens of black blades, floating around Fang Feiyun. Fang Feiyun held the demonic cloud sword and used a more powerful move. Dark Cloud Sword Art, Chaotic Cloud. This was the second move of the Dark Cloud sword art, and it was stronger than before. And he even used his martial soul. Kill. Without any hesitation, Fang Feiyun attacked. Dozens of black blades wrapped around his sword Qi, crazily swallowing and spitting out murderous aura. Qi, that big brother of yours is dead. Yunling looked at Xiao Qi and smiled. That's not necessarily true. After Xiao Qi went through the previous questioning of Ling Xiao's strength, she had now slipped to another extreme. That was blind worship of Ling Xiao. Chapter 2988. Seeing Fang Feiyun's attack coming, Ling Xiao's hands turned into the claws of the tyrannical blood demonic dragon, and he also used the demonic dragon possession. Although the demonic dragon possession was not as effective as before, it could still be used. It was just that the higher his cultivation level, the worse the effect would be. But now, it could still double his abilities. Crack! This time, Fang Feiyun was defeated even more directly. Ling Xiao's dragon claws directly shattered the demonic cloud sword in Fang Feiyun's hand. Fang Feiyun was sent flying with a kick. People's surprise could no longer be expressed in words. None of them knew what to say. They just stared at this scene in a daze. Puff! Fang Feiyun spat out blood. But compared to the pain on his body, his face was more painful. Hee, is this your so-called martial soul? I think it's just us. Ling Xiao laughed contemptuously. Fang Feiyun's face was burning. He thought that by summoning his martial soul, coupled with the second move of the Black Cloud sword art at the Great Perfection Realm, he could defeat Ling Xiao and even kill Ling Xiao. But the result was still the same. He couldn't believe it, let alone accept it. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. He finally took out the fine emperor weapon given to him by the heavenly demon general, the sword of marrow sucking. This was one of the heavenly demon general's weapons. He lent it to Fang Feiyun. Seeing this sword, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't care about this sword of marrow sucking, but if he could get this sword and inject its essence into the demonic dragon sword, then his demonic dragon sword, at least the demonic dragon primordial sword, could become a fine emperor weapon. In terms of weapons, he didn't have to worry about it for a while. Thinking of this, he showed a look of excitement. He was just a little careless. After Fang Feiyun took out the sword of marrow sucking, he instantly used the Black Cloud sword art, but it was still the second move, Chaotic Cloud. The reason why he didn't use the last move was because that move basically hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt himself by 800. Although the power was terrifying, after using it, he wouldn't feel good either. Boom. Ling Xiao hurriedly blocked it, but he was blasted out and rolled a few times on the life and death arena before stopping. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, many people suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ling Xiao was not as heaven-defying as they imagined. After Fang Feiyun used the marrow-sucking sword, Ling Xiao was at his wit's end. Although Fang Feiyun had the advantage in terms of weapons, this was the life and death arena. There were no rules. Hee, the trash who just entered the sect is finally going to die. This is really exciting. That's right. We can't let him ride on our heads. Although senior brother Fang won in such an unfair way, this is the life and death arena. Since that brat agreed to fight, he has to accept the fate of being killed. Most of them were gloating over Ling Xiao's misfortune, hoping to see him die. Of course, there were also people who felt sorry for Ling Xiao. Purely in terms of strength, Ling Xiao had actually already surpassed Fang Feiyun. It was just a pity that the disparity in weapons could not be made up for. This was also a small gain. After all, in the beginning, except for Xiao Qi and Lingang, no one supported Ling Xiao at all. Now, at least a small number of people began to secretly support Ling Xiao. Qi, what about this time? Do you still dare to say that your big brother can win? Yun Ling looked at Xiao Qi proudly. Despicable. Unfair. That's obviously Master's sword, and he actually gave it to him. This is too much. Xiao Qi also began to feel nervous. She recognized that the marrow-sucking sword belonged to the heavenly demon general. Hee, little girl, you're too naive. How can this be called despicable and unfair? Feiyun is Master's pro-disciple. Isn't it normal for him to be given a sword by Master? That Ling Xiao should have known this long ago. He still accepted the life and death arena duel. This shows that he's arrogant. Even if he dies, he doesn't deserve pity. Although Yun Ling's words were very unpleasant, Lin Geng had to secretly nod his head. These words were indeed reasonable. To duel with a pro-disciple on the life and death arena, all factors must be considered. The reason why he stopped Ling Xiao before was also because of this point. If he lost purely because of the disadvantage of the weapon, it would be too much of a pity. Just when everyone thought that this battle would end with Fang Feiyun's victory, a terrifying aura came from the life and death arena. Everyone turned their attention back to the life and death arena. Ling Xiao had already climbed up. Facing Fang Feiyun's pursuit, he was still leisurely, as if he was not nervous at all. However, his whole body was already wrapped in thick blood-red scales, and a pair of blood-red flesh wings grew on his back. The Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul transformation was complete. Since the opponent had already used a high-quality Emperor weapon, Ling Xiao must use the complete Beast Soul transformation. The completion of the Beast Soul transformation caused his strength to skyrocket by 10 times. This was absolutely not what a weapon could achieve. A bloodthirsty aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. The current Ling Xiao was just like a terrifying, fierce beast. This sudden change made Fang Feiyun's attack also come to an abrupt end. He abruptly stopped his footsteps and even retreated backward. The rest of the people watching the battle were similarly astonished. Use your strongest move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Ling Xiao was like a ferocious, evil boss, standing there and saying coldly. He was not in a hurry to attack. If he killed Fang Feiyun like this, there would definitely be people who would say that it was a pity that Fang Feiyun did not use his strongest attack. Only if Fang Feiyun defeated him with all his might would it be meaningful. As you wish. Actually, there was no need for Ling Xiao to say. Fang Feiyun also did not plan on holding back. Previously, he was afraid of the negative effects of this move, so he did not use it. But now, he could feel that terrifying aura after Ling Xiao transformed. If he did not use it, it was impossible to win. He had no other choice. On the marrow-sucking sword, a dazzling red color began to condense like a raging fire. Fang Feiyun's entire body was wrapped in a blazing aura. He could feel the terror of Fang Feiyun's move. Ling Xiao also finally raised his right hand, and the demon dragon sword appeared in his hand. 9 demon dragon sun swords floated around his body. Purely relying on the beast soul transformation should not be able to block this move. However, as long as he used the true devil sword formation, Fang Feiyun would definitely lose. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi had already told him the outcome of this battle. Whoosh! The soaring scarlet flames burned Fang Feiyun's black cloud martial soul into a fiery red color. Then, this fiery red-black cloud merged into the marrow-sucking sword. That sword intent instantly soared to the extreme. Rumble. In the air, there were terrifying explosions that kept ringing out. That was only because of the collision caused by the radiation of power. Black Cloud Sword Art's third move, Burning Cloud. Chapter 2989. Burning Cloud. It was indeed worthy of its name. When it was used, the life and death platform was completely enveloped by crimson clouds. Within the clouds, there was a terrifying killing intent everywhere, releasing incomparably frightening sword chi. Every sword energy was blazing hot, as if it could melt everything. The last move of the Black Cloud Sword Art, coupled with the fine Emperor weapon Marrow-Sucking Sword, was indeed worthy of its name. Such terrifying power shocked many people to the point that they couldn't close their mouths. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 15th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm would find it difficult to block this move. Fang Feiyun used this move purely to kill Ling Xiao. He would rather kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 casualties. Almost everyone felt that even if Ling Xiao transformed completely, there wouldn't be much meaning to it. I've only seen Senior Brother Fang use a move like Burning Clouds once. That was when he was at the middle stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 15th level of Hell, and he was only at the proficient level. He was only at the middle stage of the 15th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao is only at the early stage of the 15th level of Hell. Even if he's stronger, he won't be able to block such an attack. That's right. Ling Xiao won't be able to escape this time unless someone saves him. But apart from Lin Geng, who has a good relationship with him, no one else will save him. Lin Geng is still afraid of the Sky Demon General. If the Sky Demon General doesn't say anything, nothing will change. The corners of the Heavenly Demon General's mouth curled up into a sneer with a hint of mockery. You want to slap my face? Dream on. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao still had a sneer on his face. Fang Feiyun's attack was indeed powerful, but it didn't escape his expectations. He didn't need any other moves. Just the true demon sword formation was enough to solve the problem. The demon dragon sword in his hand was already brewing a terrifying aura. 9 demon dragon swords flew out and spun rapidly in the air. Then, the sword formation condensed a terrifying power and was released wildly, attacking the burning cloud. It attacked Fang Feiyun. In an instant, the fiery clouds surrounding Ling Xiao were scattered. Instead, it was replaced by a fierce and murderous sword qi, although the sword move itself had not changed. But in reality, its grade had already increased. The advanced soldier-level martial technique of the past had been modified by Ling Xiao into a peak soldier-level martial technique. Although he had not succeeded in comprehending the demon sovereign's sword technique, he had comprehended a trace of the true essence of a higher level of martial arts. Thus, the true demonic sword essence was successfully raised by a level. He had reached the peak of the soldier level, although he had reached the small success level. However, its power was several times stronger. The 9 sword lights condensed into a strange pattern. Under everyone's shocked gazes, it completely shattered all the burning clouds. Fang Feiyun's sword of marrow was knocked away. Then, the sword light completely enveloped Fang Feiyun. No, don't kill me. At that moment, Fang Feiyun cried out in surprise. People only know fear at the moment of death, and the onlookers found it even more difficult to understand this sudden reversal. Fang Feiyun clearly had the absolute advantage just now. Now, Ling Xiao had suddenly reversed the situation. This was too hard to accept. How could such a terrifying attack come from a martial artist at the first turn of the Yin-Yang State's 15th level of hell? Shouldn't this be a terrifying attack that only a demon envoy can use? This Ling Xiao is so heaven-defying? Nothing is impossible. You seem to have forgotten that in the 3rd stage of the entrance examination, he also defeated Lin Feiyang, who was at the peak of the 14th level of hell, when his cultivation was at the first turn of the Yin-Yang State's 14th level of hell. But the move he used at that time didn't seem to be so powerful. It should only be an advanced soldier-level martial technique. But this martial technique is obviously at the peak of the soldier level. Could it be that you're telling me that he can modify his own martial skills? I don't know about that. If that's the case, then this kid is too terrifying. Could it be that the 13 demon generals really misjudged him? Those with sharp eyes had already begun to question the demon general's decision to abandon Ling Xiao and choose someone else. A martial artist at the first turn of the Yin-Yang State's 15th level of hell could modify and upgrade his martial technique. Even the palace master of the Immortal Palace probably couldn't do that. Just how strong was his perception? Stop! In the crowd, Yun Ling suddenly shouted angrily and pounced on the life and death ring. The reason why she had acted was because the Heavenly Demon General had given her a look. The Heavenly Demon General couldn't attack because it would be too embarrassing to side with Fang Feiyun, but Yun Ling could. Yun Ling naturally didn't dare to disobey the Heavenly Demon General's order. She immediately charged toward the life and death ring and attacked Ling Xiao from behind. This was the only way to save Fang Feiyun. Although it was a little despicable, but in this world, no one would care about this. As long as Ling Xiao is dead, so what if it was a little despicable? People would only feel pity for Ling Xiao, but they wouldn't stand up for him. Sneak attack me? A cold, murderous intent appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He gave up attacking Fang Feiyun. Instead, he suddenly turned around and rushed toward the marrow-sucking sword stuck in the life and death ring at an extremely fast speed. You're smart. Yun Ling attacked Ling Xiao because she wanted to save Fang Feiyun. She wouldn't kill Ling Xiao. She hated Ling Xiao, but not to the extent of killing him. Therefore, after she thought she had saved Fang Feiyun, she let down her guard. She really underestimated Ling Xiao's stubbornness. The marrow-sucking sword was in his hand. A sword martial soul appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, he turned around and attacked. This was the third move of the True Demon Sword Essence, True Demon Supreme Sword. In fact, Ling Xiao had comprehended this move long ago. But because it was only an advanced soldier-level martial technique at that time, he was too lazy to cultivate it, so he didn't improve it. But after transforming the True Demon Sword Essence into a peak soldier-level martial technique, this move became his strongest move. This move became his strongest move. It was even stronger than the True Devil Sword array, and he could use it without relying on the Demon Dragon Sword. Under the marrow-sucking sword, the power of this move was even more violent. Terrifying sword chi filled the air and directly enveloped Yunling and Fang Feiyun. Yunling was shocked. Although she was already a first transformation Yin-Yang Realm warrior at the early stage of the 16th level of Hell, she was indeed much stronger than Ling Xiao, but her defense was not enough to block this terrifying True Demon Supreme Sword. Facing this terrifying sword, she retreated from the life and death ring, and the poor Fang Feiyun was directly cut in half. At the moment before his death, Fang Feiyun experienced emotional changes from heaven to hell. He thought he could be saved by Yunling, but he didn't expect that it was just wishful thinking. Chapter 2990. Ling Xiao glanced at Fang Feiyun's corpse coldly and casually put away the marrow-sucking sword. He did not care whether this thing was the Heavenly Fiend General's weapon or not. Since he got it, don't think about making him spit it out again. The Heavenly Fiend General did not mind losing face, but taking action to deal with him, he did not care. Anyway, he was ready to escape at any time. With the Heavenly Fiend General's strength, wanting to kill him was not that easy either. The scene was dead silent. Everyone did not speak. Yunling, who retreated outside the arena, looked at the Fang Feiyun who was already completely dead. Her mouth opened but did not say anything in the end. She made a move and did something despicable, but she still could not save Fang Feiyun. If this spread out, it would really be embarrassing enough. All of the ordinary disciples, including those personal disciples, were all looking at Ling Xiao with astonished gazes. But in anger, there was also timidity. This was the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Ling Xiao killing Fang Feiyun was to achieve such an effect. Otherwise, these people would really think that he, Ling Xiao, was a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. No one knew what would happen after Ling Xiao killed Fang Feiyun. But one thing was certain, and that was that Ling Xiao already became a most unique disciple in the Heavenly Fiend Mansion. An ordinary disciple who just entered the sect could kill a personal disciple who had cultivated for 2 years. His strength already obtained everyone's recognition. He could also be considered to have slapped all of the Fiend General's faces. The Heavenly Fiend General's expression was very gloomy. Gloomy until it was like the bottom of a black pot. He really wanted to make a move and kill Ling Xiao. But with what reason? Ling Xiao killing Fang Feiyun already proved his terrifying potential and strength, and definitely obtained the Fiend Master's attention. What the Fiend Master liked the most was this kind of genius. There was once a similar genius who killed a Fiend Envoy because of a bit of verbal dispute after entering the sect a year ago. But not only did the Fiend Master not blame him, he even invited him into the Fiend Lord Mansion. That was still killing people indiscriminately. But Ling Xiao killed Fang Feiyun openly on the life and death arena this time. Logically, he did not suffer a loss too. What could he, the Heavenly Fiend General, do? The Devil Master's spies were everywhere. If he were to make a move now, he would only be asking for trouble. Damned fellow, could it be that I have no choice but to make a move secretly? The Heavenly Demon General gritted his teeth as a ball of fire burned in his heart. Ling Xiao, I want to fight you on the life and death arena. Do you dare to accept? Yunling jumped onto the life and death ring and shouted angrily at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Yunling contemptuously and said, "You really want face? Let's not talk about the sneak attack from behind. Now, he actually wants to challenge me, a martial artist at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang Realm's 16th level of Hell, who is at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang Realm. Do you think I'm stupid? Or was there something wrong with his brain? Taking 10,000 steps back, if I agree to fight you on the life and death platform, if I kill you, Won't there be other people who will challenge me? For example, a certain demon envoy. Was it fun to take turns? If you really want to challenge me, fine. We'll talk about it in a month. I need to rest first. Today, you have to fight whether you want to or not. You have no choice. Since you killed my junior brother, you have to be prepared to pay a heavy price. I didn't discuss it with you. I'm just informing you. Yunling said coldly. The demon lord has given his orders. Suddenly, a very abrupt voice came from the crowd. A pitch-black figure appeared. His entire body was wrapped in black armor, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly at all. But when he appeared, even the heavenly demon general was shocked. Indeed, what was supposed to come still came. Ling Xiao had won 3 consecutive championships in the entrance exam and broken so many records. He had already attracted the demon lord's attention. But that wasn't enough for the demon lord to care about him. But in 3.5 days, his cultivation had risen from the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 14th level of hell to the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 15th level of hell. This was too powerful. Moreover, he had killed Feng Feiyun on the life and death ring. It was impossible for the demon lord to not care. Subordinate greets the demon lord. The person who came was naturally not the demon lord, but he represented the demon lord. So, almost everyone in the heavenly demon mansion knelt on the ground. The demon lord said that Ling Xiao has extraordinary talent. If he can raise his cultivation to the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 16th level of hell before the age of 20, he can enter the demon lord mansion to cultivate. During this time, no one can kill him. But Lord Protector, Ling Xiao killed my junior brother. Yunling said. That was your junior brother's fault. He deserved it. It seems that he was the one who proposed the challenge on the life and death ring, right? Since he proposed it, and he wasn't skilled enough, he deserved to die. Could it be that you want to blame the demon lord for being unfair? This person in black armor was the protector of the demon lord mansion. His strength wasn't inferior to the demon general, but he only served the demon lord. In the demon dragon sword court, the demon lord's power was truly overwhelming. The protector's appearance was really unexpected. Ling Xiao didn't expect it. His original plan was to temporarily leave the demon dragon sword court if the heavenly demon general really wanted to do it himself. But now, it seemed that he didn't need to leave for the time being. The demon lord was the biggest boss of the demon dragon sword court, who dared to disobey his words. When Yunling heard the protector's words, although she still felt indignant, she also understood. Not only did Ling Xiao have the moral high ground, but he was also protected by the demon lord. It was impossible for her to take Ling Xiao's life today. She could only think of a way behind his back. That was also her specialty. Despicable and shameless. After the demon lord protector finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Ling Xiao saw that everything was fine and prepared to leave, but he was stopped by the heavenly demon general. Ling Xiao, you will be the personal disciple of the heavenly demon mansion from now on. The heavenly demon general suddenly said. In his opinion, this was an incomparable preferential treatment for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao should be ecstatic. However, he was wrong. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at him indifferently. I'm sorry, heavenly demon general. My aptitude is dull, and I'm really useless. I'll just be an ordinary disciple. I'm really not qualified to be a personal disciple. Although he said so, everyone could hear that he didn't give the heavenly demon general any face. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was too arrogant. Relying on the demon lord's protection, he didn't even give the heavenly demon general any face. But it was also true. As long as one's cultivation increased to the first transformation of the Yin-Yang realm before the age of 20, one could enter the demon lord's mansion to cultivate. Who would want to be a personal disciple of the heavenly demon mansion? Lord Demon General, please don't be angry. I and Xiao Qiqi will persuade him. Lin Geng was afraid that the heavenly demon general would be angry and kill Ling Xiao. He hurriedly said and then dragged Ling Xiao away. Xiao Qiqi also followed. In Xiao Qiqi's eyes, Ling Xiao was a friend and a backer. Other than Ling Xiao, everyone else was unreliable. Chapter 2991. Lin Xian, I don't want to see that person again. The heavenly demon general held back his anger, but he had already decided to get rid of Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to do it on the surface, but secretly, there was nothing he didn't dare to do. Anyway, Ling Xiao wasn't the demon lord's disciple. Even if he killed him, the demon lord wouldn't have any animosity towards him because of Ling Xiao. But on the surface, he still had to give the demon lord face. The nature of this was completely different. Don't worry, Lord Heavenly Demon General. I know what to do. Lin Xian had long wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Today's matter was actually caused by her. If she hadn't provoked Ling Xiao, Fang Feiyun wouldn't have died. So she had to take on the mission of assassinating Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the Heavenly Demon General wouldn't let her have an easy time. The rest of you can leave, the Heavenly Demon General muttered, waved his hand, and left with his 8 personal disciples. Soon, the Black Tortoise would see the light of day again. Every time before the Black Tortoise saw the light of day, the Demon Dragon Sword Court would hold a duel between disciples. The final winner would obtain a Black Tortoise seal. This Black Tortoise seal was a very special magic treasure. It could absorb the power of the Black Tortoise. Every time a disciple obtained it, their cultivation would be greatly improved. The Heavenly Demon Mansion naturally wanted this item. So, although he wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao, the most important thing right now was to fight for the Black Tortoise seal. Returning to his residence, Ling Xiao directly said to Lin Geng, "Big brother Lin, you don't need to persuade me. A good horse doesn't eat pasture. Since the Heavenly Demon General doesn't like me, I won't be his personal disciple. This matter ends here." He was a stubborn person. No matter right or wrong, he would never change what he insisted on. I don't want to persuade you, but with your talent, it would be a pity if you don't have a good master to guide you. Lin Geng sighed and suddenly asked, "Do you think you're brave enough?" "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. "If you think you're brave enough, follow this map and find someone. Perhaps he can accept you as his disciple." Lin Geng handed a map to Ling Xiao. "This should be the map of the Devil Dragon Sword Court." "Who is he?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. The world only knows that the Devil Dragon Sword Court has 13 devil generals, but they don't know that in the beginning, there were 18 devil generals. Just 100 years ago, 4 of the strongest demon generals rebelled. As for the 4 demon generals, they were known as the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow Demon Generals. They were ranked 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th respectively. They were really strong. The current Heavenly Demon General was no match for the 4 of them. However, the Devil Master was even stronger. These 4 demon generals were suppressed by the Demon Master and were to be sentenced to death. Even their descendants and disciples were to be eradicated. At this time, another devil general stood out. He was none other than the 18 devil generals of the past. People called it the 18th sword. Although he was ranked last, the 18th sword's talent was the most outstanding of all the devil generals. If he didn't plead for mercy for the families and disciples of the 4 demon generals, perhaps he would be the Heavenly Demon General now. However, he did it and even fought the Devil Master. No one knew who won or lost. Later, the Devil Master agreed to the 18th sword and let the families and disciples of the 4 demon generals go. However, he also asked the 18th sword to be responsible for controlling those people. Now that 100 years had passed, the 18th sword was almost forgotten. The families and disciples of the 4 demon generals didn't rebel and rarely came out. Their place of seclusion was somewhere in the valley. The map clearly marked it. In the past, the 18th sword would send people to fight for the Black Tortoise seal, but they never won. They were always at the bottom. If you don't mind, you can give it a try. Lin Geng was one of the few people who dared to mention the truth of the past. But I also want to remind you that once you become the disciple of the 18th sword, you can forget about entering the Devil Master Mansion. You have to think carefully. Thank you, Brother Lin. I will consider it carefully. In fact, after hearing the story of the 18th sword, Ling Xiao was already very curious about this person. He wanted to see if he could join the 18th sword. That was another matter. However, if he didn't meet this legendary person, it was really unbearable. Well, I can only help you to this point. Alas, I'm not strong enough. I'm not even a match for Lin Xian. Lin Geng sighed. Brother Lin, don't say that. You've helped me enough. Ling Xiao said. I, Lin Geng, have been in the Devil Dragon Sword Court for so many years. It's my honor to meet a friend like you. If you have any questions, you can ask. I don't know when we'll meet again. Lin Geng seemed to have something on his mind, but he cleverly hid it. There is indeed a question. Chi-Chi, listen to it. When I was in the 9-story demon tower, I heard someone mention a powerful martial art called the 9 Supreme Sword Technique. Do you know? Who said that? Lin Geng suddenly became nervous. Xiao Chi-Chi's expression was also a little strange. I don't know the name of that person either. I just heard it occasionally, Ling Xiao said. Lin Geng nodded and said, the 9 Supreme Sword Technique does exist, and one of them, the Demon Supreme Sword Technique, has been lost to the Sword Dynasty. Some people say that it's in the Devil Dragon Sword Court, but whether it's true or not, no one knows. This is too far away for you. I think the peak of the soldier-level martial art you use today is not bad. Use it honestly, and don't think too much about other things. It seems that the Demon Supreme Sword Technique and the 9 Supreme Sword Technique are really powerful? Ling Xiao wondered. Of course it's powerful. The 9 Supreme Sword Technique is something that the entire 9 Supremes forces want to get. This sword technique was created by the 9 most powerful experts of the 9 Supremes in the past. Later, there was a disagreement between them, and the sword technique was also separated and scattered among the 9 Supremes forces. As for where it is, it's really unknown. Even if you find it with your strength, I'm afraid you can't keep it. Lin Geng's words were of course to remind Ling Xiao not to have any extravagant hopes. I understand, Big Brother Lin. I just heard it occasionally, so I wanted to ask. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Well, if there are no other questions, I'll leave first. I have a mission and may be out for a long time. You're alone, so be careful. Lin Geng stood up and said, Big Brother Lin, you must be careful. Ling Xiao said, Ha ha ha, someone cares. I, Lin Geng, am content. Goodbye. After Lin Geng finished speaking, he turned and left. Ling Xiao's brows were furrowed for a long time before they gradually relaxed. Just as he was about to speak to Xiao Chi-Chi, Xiao Chi-Chi spoke first. Big Brother, my father said that the Demon Supreme Sword Technique is in the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Who is your father? How does he know such a secret? Ling Xiao had long felt that Xiao Chi-Chi was not simple. Such a young child with such great strength and talent, her background was definitely not simple. Chapter 2992. Chi-Chi told you, but don't tell anyone else. Xiao Chi-Chi lowered her voice and said, My father is the palace master of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. What? Ling Xiao was incomparably shocked. Although he had considered that Xiao Chi-Chi's identity was not simple, he did not expect her to be the daughter of the palace master of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Then her real surname should not be Xiao, but Jin Feng. Jin Feng Chi-Chi. Perhaps the heavenly demon general did not know Jin Feng Chi-Chi's true identity. After all, the palace master of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace was very concerned about his precious daughter. He almost never let her out of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Outsiders didn't even know how old she was, let alone what she looked like. If Chi-Chi had not said it herself, Ling Xiao would not have guessed it. He did not dare to guess. You sneaked out, didn't you? Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Sure, Big Brother. You must keep it a secret for me. Otherwise, I can't play. Jin Feng Chi-Chi whispered. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. After all, although the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace and the Devil Dragon Sword Court are not enemies, they are rivals. If they really know your identity, they won't let you go. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Chi-Chi, go back to the Heavenly Demon Mansion now. Try not to stay with me in the future, in case the Heavenly Demon General does something bad to you. It's good for you and for me. Do you understand? Although I don't understand, Chi-Chi will listen to Big Brother. Jin Feng Chi-Chi tilted her head and nodded, then left reluctantly. After Jin Feng Chi-Chi left, Ling Xiao looked at the map in his hand, then went out and went in the direction indicated on the map. He must meet this person, Sword 18. He believed that even if 90% of the people in a sect were idiots and idiots, there must be 10% of them who were smart. They could appreciate his talent and ability. He hoped that Sword 18 would not disappoint him. After going out, Ling Xiao performed the Devil Dragon Phantom Body technique and quickly disappeared from his residence. The place where the 18th sword was located was in a very remote corner of the valley, and it was actually heavily guarded outside. It could be seen that the demon lord was still very concerned about the descendants of the 4 rebellious demon generals. They were being watched all the time. If Ling Xiao was the demon lord, he would also do the same. Who could guarantee that none of the descendants of the 4 demon generals had the intention to seek revenge? Halt! Before entering the 18 devil general residences, Ling Xiao was stopped. Senior brothers, I have something to discuss with the 18 demon generals. Ling Xiao said respectfully. What is it? One of them asked. Acknowledge me as your teacher. Ling Xiao replied. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Apprentice? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Yeah. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The so-called 18 demon generals were now nothing more than drunkards. Not a single one of his disciples was promising. As your senior brother, I advise you not to take the wrong path. That's right. Let's go back. Obviously, these guards looked down on the 18 demon generals at all. This made Ling Xiao frown. Was the 18th sword really so unbearable? But since he was here, it would be hard to let go if he didn't see him. Senior brothers, what if I insist on going in? Ling Xiao asked. Stubborn little guy, you can go in if you want, but don't blame us for not warning you. Once you step in here, you can forget about joining the other devil residences in the future. One of them said, Understood. Ling Xiao didn't care about this. Anyway, even if he was in the heavenly devil residence, he didn't see any benefits. For him, as long as he could stay in the Devil Dragon Sword Court and enjoy the abundant heaven and earth spirit chi and resources, it didn't matter even if he was a servant disciple. Go in. You blind guy. The guards made a path for Ling Xiao to walk in. They didn't stop him anymore. There are really such fools these days. Even if you're an ordinary disciple outside, it's still better than following the 18th sword. The once dazzling genius Lu Luoying, when she was outside, she was so glorious that the 13 demon generals took a fancy to her. And she also defeated all her opponents in the entrance exam, breaking all the records at that time. However, she chose the 18th sword. Now that 3 years have passed, she's become ordinary. In the last black tortoiseel competition, she didn't even pass the elimination round. How pitiful. Hee hee, this guy's talent is worlds apart from Lu Luoying. Once he goes in, he's completely finished. The reason why the guards didn't stop Ling Xiao was because there was no need to. After all, those who stepped into the 18 demon generals' residences, even if they were peerless geniuses, would become ordinary. Ling Xiao didn't hear their words. Even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. At this moment, he had already arrived in front of the 18 demon generals' residences. The majestic demon generals' residences obviously hadn't been renovated for a long time. It looked a little old and even shabby. However, the plaque above was still intact, with the words, Wine Demon Residence, written on it. Wine Demon General? This title isn't that impressive. It's indeed inferior to the titles of Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. But why do I have a feeling that this 18th sword isn't ordinary? Standing at the entrance, Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the signboard with a puzzled expression. Once, he had a very good friend who was known as the Wine Demon Sword. He wondered if he was related to the Wine Demon General. However, he clearly knew that when the Wine Demon Sword was in the White Tiger continent, he was unable to unleash his full strength due to the rules. Who's there? He suddenly woke up from his thoughts and looked at a nearby tree. There was a person standing on the tree. A woman. A young woman in a blue dress with long hair dancing in the wind. She looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old. She looked ordinary, but she gave off a strong feeling. Ling Xiao trusted his Tai Chi eye, and his instincts even more. Therefore, he assumed that the woman was hiding her true strength. Perhaps it was because she was too strong, causing people to overlook her peerless appearance. Her beauty was on par with the Moon Maiden. She was otherworldly and fascinating. Who are you? The woman asked. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hide his name. Since he was here to look for the 18th sword, he shouldn't hide it. Jin Luoying. The woman said indifferently. Miss Luoying, I wish to see the wine demon general. Please pass on my message. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, in front of an unknown expert, for no particular reason, Ling Xiao's performance was always impeccable. He was very polite. You want to see my father? What's the matter? Jin Luoying asked. So she's the 18th sword's daughter. No wonder she's so outstanding. It seems that the rumors outside are wrong. Jin Luoying is already so powerful, let alone the 18th sword. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, he said, apprentice. Apprentice? Chapter 2993. Are you sure you want to be the Wine Demon Residence's first foreign disciple in 100 years? Jin Luoying asked doubtfully. I'm sure. Ling Xiao nodded. All right. If you can defeat me, I'll bring you to see my father. Jin Luoying landed and stood about 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. The closer she was, the more one could feel her strength. In comparison, her peerless beauty was easy to overlook. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Miss, you must be joking. With your cultivation, defeating me will be a piece of cake. You can actually tell that I'm stronger than you? Jin Luoying was surprised. She had learned the qi concealment technique from her father. Even the demon lord could not tell. How could an ordinary disciple see through it? I don't have any good points, but my eyes are good. Ling Xiao smiled. Oh, interesting. Jin Luoying smiled. It was as if a 10,000-year-old iceberg had melted in an instant. It was a huge impact. Don't worry. I'll only control my cultivation to the same level as yours. You're at the early stage of the 15th level of hell, right? I'll also control my cultivation to the same level. Jin Luoying was very confident. That won't be necessary. It'll be fine as long as you don't use cultivation above the 15th level of hell. Also, you don't have to hold back in terms of martial techniques. It's my honor to be able to spar with you. I'd like to see your powerful martial techniques. Ling Xiao was even more confident. Are you sure? Not only do I have many peak soldier-level martial techniques, but I also have general-level martial techniques. Moreover, when I was at the early stage of the 15th level of hell, I was able to defeat a martial artist at the late stage of the 15th level of hell. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill you. Will that work? Jin Luoying frowned and said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Of course I'm sure. I'm not as strong as you, but I'm tougher. Where could he find such a good opponent? Even if Jin Luoying controlled her strength to the peak of the 15th level of hell, she was still much stronger than Demon Envoy Lin Geng. He could use her to stimulate the potential in his body. All right, if that's the case, I'll do as you say. Jin Luoying loathed Ling Xiao, mainly because she felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. However, she still didn't want to kill Ling Xiao, so she controlled her strength to be on par with Ling Xiao's. That was the early stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 15th level of hell. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. There was no point in explaining. What he needed to do now was to display his strength. Of course, there was no need to transform. Even if Jin Luoying was a genius, he couldn't possibly lose in a battle of equal cultivation. Eat my sword first. Jin Luoying let out a delicate chuckle as she flicked the sword in her hand. Next, a sword beam pierced through the air and shot toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. He didn't care about the sword qi at all. His hands turned into sharp demonic dragon claws and easily tore apart the sword qi as if it was a piece of paper. Then, it heavily slammed into Jin Luoying's sword. That sword was only a divine-grade spiritual artifact. It was far inferior to a mortal-grade emperor artifact. Therefore, when Ling Xiao's demonic dragon claws came into contact with it, it instantly shattered. After shattering the sword, Ling Xiao didn't continue to attack. Instead, he retreated far away and smiled. Miss, I've said before that you're no match for me at the same level of cultivation. Looks like you weren't lying. The trace of disgust in Jin Luoying's heart instantly disappeared. It was replaced by incomparable shock. She knew her strength best. Ling Xiao was actually able to completely suppress her at the same level of cultivation. He was indeed incomparably powerful. If that's the case, let's go again. This time, Jin Luoying raised her cultivation to the middle stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 15th level of hell. She also had pride in her heart. If she had to use her peak cultivation to deal with Ling Xiao, she would definitely not do it. Of course, this time, not only did she raise her cultivation, she also changed her sword. It was finally a mortal-grade Emperor artifact. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Jin Luoying was indeed stronger than an ordinary warrior. He had to admit that. He could sense that Jin Luoying's cultivation at the early stage of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 15th level was equivalent to an ordinary warrior's late-stage cultivation. At the middle stage, she was close to an ordinary warrior's peak cultivation. Although she was still no match for him, he was forced to use his beast soul transformation. His body instantly transformed into the beast soul of the purple lightning thunder bull. Only his hands were human hands. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of mighty armor. He was incomparably valiant. Moreover, he had already summoned the demonic dragon sword. Jin Luoying was a so-called true genius. She couldn't be measured by common sense. Even though her cultivation was only one level higher than his, he didn't dare to be careless. "Miss, be careful." Ling Xiao purposely forced Jin Luoying to use even more strength. That way, he would be able to stimulate more of his potential and raise his cultivation base. Therefore, he chose to take the initiative to attack. This woman was as prideful as he was. If he couldn't kill her to the point where she couldn't resist, she wouldn't reveal more strength. After speaking, his body instantly turned into a phantom and pounced on Jin Luoying. Apart from using the Earth Golden Ray technique, this was probably the fastest speed Ling Xiao could move. In an instant, he appeared in front of Jin Luoying. He swung his sword. True demonic sword chi. What fast speed, but it's useless against me. Jin Luoying was a little surprised by Ling Xiao's speed, but it wasn't beyond her ability to react. Therefore, although she was surprised, she didn't panic. As she retreated, Jin Luoying raised her sword. Wisps of cold air appeared on the blade like snow. The surrounding air also became bone-chillingly cold in an instant. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. His entire body stiffened. Dark Mystic Sword Technique. With a soft hiss, all the cold air fused into the icy sword chi. The frozen air was instantly torn apart, and the sound of ice shattering could be heard. At the same time, it struck the true demonic sword chi that Ling Xiao had released. The two attacks collided in the void. The true demonic sword chi was ultimately no match and was completely shattered. However, that icy cold chi was still unstoppable as it rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's gaze was as calm as still water. He stomped his foot. There was a sudden explosion under Jin Luoying's feet. However, Jin Luoying's reaction was quite sharp. The moment before the explosion, she stretched her body and soared into the sky. Although she had given up on attacking Ling Xiao, she had avoided being hit by the earth-shattering body dismemberment move. This was the first time someone had been able to avoid this move without ever seeing it. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire this girl. Chapter 2994. 9 sub-swords suddenly appeared and spun madly in the void. Terrifying sword intent and powerful killing intent surged toward Jin Luoying in an overwhelming manner. Good sword technique. Good technique. You've really surprised me. However, you're delusional if you think you can force me to use the strength of a late-stage first cycle 15th level hell. Jin Luoying's eyes were filled with surprise. She had thought that Ling Xiao was just an idiot who didn't know his own limits. However, it seemed that Ling Xiao had come to the Wine Demon residence to find her father. He was indeed extraordinary. In fact, she had already acknowledged Ling Xiao's strength and wanted to bring Ling Xiao to the Wine Demon residence to meet her father. However, she was still enjoying the battle. She didn't want to stop now. Is that so? You'll find out soon enough. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, he knew that if he used the true demon sword array against Jin Luoying, it would be very difficult to force her to raise her strength to fight him. However, he had other methods. Although the demonic dragon's possession wasn't very useful to him, it was still very useful to double his strength. When he used the true demon sword array to attack Jin Luoying, He also used the demonic dragon's possession. Oh, your attack and speed have increased. However, it's a pity that the level of this auxiliary martial art is too low. It won't be of much help to you. Jin Luoying was slightly surprised. However, everything was still under her control. However, just as she thought that, a blood-red light suddenly bloomed in the air. A demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul appeared behind Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon blood curse. Jin Luoying didn't care about being attacked by the true demon sword array. She also had a martial art of the same strength. However, the sudden explosion of blood-red mist gave her a fright. She had never seen such an evil martial art before. In that instant, her blood surged, and her body felt extremely uncomfortable. However, what was even more frightening was the undetectable germs that followed. Bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao hadn't used this move in a long time. The main reason was that his previous opponents were too weak. He didn't need to use this move at all. Not good. Jin Luoying could feel the terrifying germs entering her body through her orifices and starting to wreak havoc. She had no choice but to release half of her internal energy to suppress these strange germs. At this time, she was no longer a match for Ling Xiao. You win. Jin Luoying had no choice but to release the restraints and raise her strength to the late stage of the first transition's 15th level of hell. At this moment, she had already completely surpassed the cultivation of an ordinary martial art practitioner at the peak of the 15th level of hell. It was just that he hadn't reached the first revolution's 16 levels of hell yet. However, his strength had skyrocketed in the blink of an eye. The bloodthirsty plague virus, which originally required half of his qi to suppress, now only required 1/10 of his qi. This gave her enough energy to deal with Ling Xiao's true devil sword formation. You're really scary. Jin Luoying had no choice but to admit that Ling Xiao was terrifying. After all, she had never encountered an early-stage martial artist of the 15th level of hell who could force her to use her cultivation at the late stage of the 15th level of hell. Even the famous Empress Lan Meichen couldn't do it. However, this should be your limit. As she spoke, the long sword in her hand suddenly pierced forward. The dazzling, cold sword light released countless ice flowers in the void. These ice flowers actually also formed a powerful sword formation. Dark Mystic Sword Formula, Snow Wind Sword Formation. Both were peak soldier-level martial arts, but Jin Luoying's technique was at a higher level than Ling Xiao's true Devil Sword Formation. Ling Xiao's true Devil Sword Formation was only at the proficient level. Jin Luoying's technique, on the other hand, had already reached the great accomplishment level. The strength that Jin Luoying displayed now was far stronger than Ling Xiao's. Therefore, the result was self-evident. The terrifying Snow Wind Sword Formation collided with the true Devil Sword Formation. At first, there was a stalemate. However, in less than 10 seconds, the true Devil Sword Formation completely collapsed. The 9 Devil Dragon Sun Swords flew back to Ling Xiao's side. The Snow Wind Sword Formation carried endless cold air and crazy ice crystal sword energy as it continued to attack Ling Xiao. It's over. Jin Luoying smiled. After shattering the true Devil Sword Formation, the Snow Wind Sword Formation was slightly damaged. However, defeating Ling Xiao would not be a problem. Of course, it would not be able to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, Jin Luoying did not bother. However, in the next moment, her smile came to an abrupt halt. Ling Xiao's transformation had undergone a subtle change. In the eyes of an outsider like Jin Luoying, it did not seem like much. However, Ling Xiao knew very well. This time, he had directly used the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. He had used the awakening power of the Sun Divine Beast Soul. His current combat strength had once again suppressed Jin Luoying. The violent Snow Wind Sword Formation arrived in front of Ling Xiao. However, it was instantly blown apart by the violent wind released by the fleshy wings on Ling Xiao's back. How is this possible? Jin Luoying was dumbfounded. This time, she was truly dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's performance had surprised her time and time again. Just when she thought that Ling Xiao had reached his limit, Ling Xiao became even stronger than before. While she was in shock, Ling Xiao was not idle. His figure flashed and his speed soared to the extreme. He instantly appeared in front of Jian Luoying and slammed his palm down. Jian Luoying hastily blocked. However, the combat strength of a Yin-Yang Realm 15th level of Hell was not enough to block it. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. However, her injuries were not serious. Ling Xiao had held back. After all, this was not a battle to the death. He only wanted to force Jian Luoying to use the combat strength of a 15th level of Hell's pinnacle cultivation. Cough, cough. Jian Luoying coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Ling Xiao in shock. You really surprised me. I'm afraid that you're even scarier than Empress Lan Mage. She was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said, it seems that I should have used the combat strength of a first transformation 15th level of Hell's pinnacle cultivation from the start. As long as it doesn't exceed the 16th level of Hell, you should be able to block it. Or perhaps, you can be even stronger. Miss, you must be joking. This is already my limit. I'm in my strongest state. Ling Xiao lied. If he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, his combat strength would naturally soar. However, at that time, many things would be out of his control. The Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was something that could not be easily exposed in front of others. Other than that, it was not a big problem. All right, shall we continue? Jian Luoying asked with a smile. Let's continue. I said before that I would defeat you if you were below the 15th level of Hell's pinnacle cultivation. If I can't defeat you, I'll turn and leave. Ling Xiao nodded. That won't be necessary. Actually, I've already acknowledged your strength. It won't be a problem for you to become my father's disciple. If he doesn't agree, I'll help you. Jian Luoying smiled valiantly. She said this because she did not believe that Ling Xiao could defeat her when she raised her combat strength to the 15th level of Hell's pinnacle cultivation. Chapter 2995. Is that so? Then I'll have to thank you. However, let's finish this battle first. Ling Xiao admired Jian Luoying's straightforwardness very much. He didn't like people who were two-faced and two-faced. It seems like even a peak soldier-level martial technique won't be able to defeat you. However, I'll be using a general-level martial technique next. Be careful. Since it wasn't a battle to the death, Jian Luoying told Ling Xiao what she was going to do next. However, she didn't say what her general-level martial technique would be. Once she said it, it would be pointless. All right. Ling Xiao nodded and prepared to make the first move. This time, he used the demonic dragon phantom under the transformation of the unbounded, heavenly rat beast soul. His speed was even faster than before. In an instant, he was already in front of Jian Luoying. However, Jian Luoying didn't seem to be afraid at all at that moment. A smile actually appeared on her face. At that moment, Ling Xiao sensed danger. Extreme danger. Run. Vertical golden light technique. Ling Xiao's intuition told him that he was in danger. He didn't hesitate and used the vertical golden light technique. In an instant, he fled dozens of meters away. A terrifying crater had appeared at the place where he had been standing. It was as if something had smashed into it. Cold sweat broke out on Ling Xiao's forehead. He was sure that if he hadn't chosen to dodge and continued to attack, he would have been flattened. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. You're so fast. I didn't expect you to dodge my attack. Jian Luoying was a little surprised. She thought that the battle would be over after she used her general-level martial technique. However, Ling Xiao's sudden burst of speed was beyond her expectations. Don't praise me. There's nothing to be proud of about escaping fast. You, on the other hand, can unleash such a terrifying attack without using your martial soul. I'm so jealous. Ling Xiao stood there and smiled bitterly. You're wrong. I've already used my martial soul. It's just that my martial soul is a special type and can't be seen. Jian Luoying said. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed, It's the gravity martial spirit. To be exact, it's the attraction martial spirit. It could instantly increase or decrease the gravitational force. A special type martial spirit can't directly increase one's attack or defense, but it's more outstanding in terms of assisting in battle. Sword Sakura replied, It's actually the attraction martial spirit. Then, Your swordsmanship should also be related to this martial spirit, right? Ling Xiao asked again. That's right. I call it gravity sword. Jian Luoying nodded. What a terrifying sword technique. No wonder it's so powerful. It must be the effect of the attraction martial spirit. Ling Xiao frowned. He finally felt that this girl was difficult to deal with. How is it? Just admit defeat. You and I don't have to fight it out. I'm still unable to fully control this gravity sword. If I were to use too much force, it would be bad. Jian Luoying suggested. Don't worry, you can't kill me. Ling Xiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, Let's continue. It's impossible for me to admit defeat. Since I already know your swordsmanship and martial spirit, I have a way to deal with it. Is that so? Let's give it a try. Jian Luoying frowned. If she were to be defeated by Ling Xiao even after using her Yin-Yang Realm level 15 cultivation base, coupled with her own martial spirit and martial skill, she would lose. It would be embarrassing for her. Therefore, she couldn't lose. Let's give it a try then. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and the beast souls of the purple lightning bull, the tyrant blood demonic dragon, the nine-snake general, the undying bird, and the three-headed lava hound appeared behind him. Every time a beast soul appeared, his strength would increase slightly. Although it wasn't as obvious as the beast soul transformation, it was still twice as strong. Currently, the tyrant blood dragon and three-headed lava hound beast souls were of lower grades. The effect of increasing his combat strength was very weak. However, there was still a little bit of improvement. In addition, they could use special abilities. That was why Ling Xiao had summoned them at the same time. I didn't expect you to be able to increase your combat strength. Moreover, you're able to summon so many martial spirits even after your beast soul transformation. It's too strange. You're indeed a monster. Jian Luoying was shocked once again. Ling Xiao had surprised her too many times today. That's all I have. You forced me to use it. Ling Xiao smiled. I see. Although it's a bit of a blow, I have to say that your current combat strength can't defeat me when I control my cultivation base to the Yin-Yang Realm level 15 hell. Jian Luoying quickly regained her composure. She felt that Ling Xiao was just putting up a desperate struggle. Perhaps, but I have to try. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. In a flash, he charged at Jian Luoying again. Gravitational sword, hundredfold gravity. Jian Luoying smiled and raised the long sword in her hand. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt his body become incomparably heavy. With a loud boom, he crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Jian Luoying's figure flashed, and she was already close to Ling Xiao. You've lost. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could do anything while under the effects of her gravitational sword. That's not necessarily true. Purple lightning bull, earthquakes, rumble. The earth began to shake and the mountains began to tremble. Jian Luoying instantly lost control of her gravitational martial spirit. Her eyes glazed over. Although it was only for a moment, Ling Xiao broke free of the gravitational sword's restraints. Then, he swung his fist and punched at Jian Luoying. This was only against Jian Luoying. If it were a real opponent, he wouldn't use his fist, but his sword. Boom! Jian Luoying was too close for her to block in time. The moment she recovered, she saw Ling Xiao's huge fist. She had no choice but to retreat. However, she couldn't avoid the attack completely. Ling Xiao's fist struck her head and sent her flying. Gravitational sword, 200-fold gravity. Rumble. Once again, Ling Xiao was knocked to the ground by the terrifying gravity. A huge crater appeared in the ground. You should have used your sword. If you had used your sword, you would have won. But you were soft-hearted and used your fist. You don't have a chance anymore. Jian Luoying looked at Ling Xiao, but she didn't dare approach him. Ling Xiao had too many tricks up his sleeves. It was impossible to guard against him, so she had to be careful. Aren't you as merciful as before? With your strength, your gravitational sword should be more than 200-fold gravity if you use it to its maximum, right? Ling Xiao actually stood up. Under 200-fold gravity, he stood up. His fleshly body was extraordinary after all. What? Jian Luoying's eyes almost popped out. How could there be such a terrifying person? His cultivation was so weak, but his physical body was so strong and his mind so tenacious. Chapter 2996. Hee, the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Jin Luoying's attack was really powerful. It had stimulated a lot of the potential in his body. Now, the energy in his cultivation sea had risen to 80%. He was not far from a breakthrough. This was the great benefit of fighting against an expert. I'll tell you the truth. The strongest attack I can use with the gravity sword is 1,000-fold gravity. Under 1,000-fold gravity, your body will immediately disintegrate. So, surrender. I don't want to kill you. Jin Luoying shouted. At this moment, she was a little afraid. When she saw Ling Xiao covered in blood, she actually took 2 steps back. She had never seen such a person before. 1,000-fold? You can try. Ling Xiao smiled as he walked forward. Under the 200-fold gravity, his footsteps were very heavy. However, every step he took hammered Jin Luoying's heart. It made Jin Luoying feel fear. I don't care anymore. Don't blame me if you die. Jin Luoying gritted her teeth and raised the sword in her hand. Gravity sword, 1,000-fold gravity. Boom. Ling Xiao fell down again. Crack. This time, she could clearly hear the sound of his bones shattering. Splat. Blood spurted out of his nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. Ling Xiao looked like he was about to die. However, at the moment when he was on his last breath, he actually smiled. Seeing this scene, Jin Luoying was so frightened that she dropped the sword in her hand and hurried over. Hey, don't die. Hey, Ling Xiao. I didn't want to kill you. You were the one who wanted me to attack. At this moment, Jin Luoying's heart was filled with regret and self-blame. She was so much stronger than Ling Xiao. So what if she went easy on him? Why did she have to attack? Jin Luoying, oh Jin Luoying, you've really gone crazy. He was the only foreign disciple in 100 years who was willing to become your father's disciple. How could you kill him? You've gone too far. Jin Luoying was so anxious that tears flowed out of her eyes. She hurriedly took out a healing pill from her storage ring. Although he knew it was useless, he still wanted to give it a try. If Ling Xiao really died, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. It wasn't that she hadn't killed anyone before, but in the past, he had killed people who deserved to die. This Ling Xiao had not offended her, and he was even willing to take her father as his master. She was only testing the other party's strength. How could she be so ruthless as to kill him? Hey, I beg you, please wake up. As long as you wake up, I will do anything you want me to do. The pill was simply unable to enter his mouth. Ling Xiao's throat had already been shattered by the terrifying gravitational sword. She was so anxious that she completely lost her mind. She had never encountered such a thing before. He had no idea how to deal with it. Are you sure you can do anything? Suddenly, a voice rang out. At the same time, a cold blade was placed against her neck. Jin Luoying jumped in fright, but she did not move, because she saw a very strange scene. Ling Xiao, who had clearly been on the verge of death, was now fully recovered. He even gave her a malicious smile. You, weren't you about to die? Jin Luoying was completely dumbfounded. She had even forgotten to be afraid. She felt like she was dreaming. How could someone who was clearly about to die suddenly be alive and kicking? Under the 1,000-fold gravitational force of her gravitational sword, even a first transformation yin-yang realm warrior at the 16th level of hell would be severely injured. Miss, I've won this battle. Ling Xiao smiled. All right, you've won. You haven't answered my question yet. Jin Luoying did not care who won or lost. She was more concerned about why Ling Xiao was still alive. TSK, how boring. You should at least be a little disgruntled. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword and sat up. He looked at Jin Luoying and smiled. Let me tell you a secret. I have an immortal body. Immortal body? Jin Luoying was stunned for a moment. Then, she curled her lips and said, It's fine if you don't want to tell me. What immortal body? I don't believe that such a thing exists in this world. It's up to you to believe it or not. Ling Xiao stood up and shrugged. But miss, I think I heard you say that if I wake up, You'll do anything I ask of you? What do you want me to do? Jian Luoying looked at Ling Xiao and asked with a faint smile. Ahem. Ling Xiao coughed dryly. Just kidding. Just kidding. What would I dare ask of you? With your strength, you can easily kill me. Just now, Ling Xiao had no choice but to use life backtrack to defeat this woman. However, he knew very well in his heart. This woman's true cultivation was not at the first transformation in Yang realm, the 15th level of hell. She was terrifyingly powerful. That won't do. Jian Luoying, always keep my word. Jian Luoying said. All right, can Miss Jian take me to see Lord Wine Demon General? Ling Xiao said after some thought. That's not a condition. I promised you before that as long as you beat me, I'll take you to see my father. Change it. Jian Luoying smiled and said, for example, you want me to dance for you, or you want me to kiss you, or even worse, you want me to sleep with you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine. This girl really knew how to joke. If he really made such a request, wouldn't he be chopped into minced meat and fed to the dogs? Although Miss Jian is as beautiful as a flower and devastatingly beautiful, Ling Xiao, already have someone in my heart. I'm afraid I can't make such a request. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I wonder if Miss Jian can get me a set of army-level martial arts? He made such a request because he could not comprehend the demon venerable sword technique. In order to increase his combat strength, he needed a set of army-level martial arts. Do you think army-level martial arts are trash on the street that you can just ask for? Jian Luoying rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said with a sigh, forget it. Who asked me to make such a request? I'll try my best to get you one. Really? Of course. However, you have to promise me one thing. Jian Luoying said. What is it? Tell the girl you like that I'm prettier than her. Jian Luoying said with a sly smile. Girls cared about such things after all. That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head without thinking. Let's not talk about the fact that she's prettier than you. I can't say that in front of her. Miss, haven't you heard that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? The woman that a man truly likes will always be the most beautiful in the world. Aren't you afraid that I won't give you the army-level martial arts? Jian Luoying pouted. Then forget it. I'll think of a way myself. However, Miss Jian is a woman of her words. You won't do that, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Damn it. I must meet your lover. I want to see how much prettier she is than me. Chapter 2997. That's probably a long time in the future. My woman isn't by my side now. The reason I'm cultivating so hard is so that I can reunite with her one day. Ling Xiao's voice was tinged with sorrow and helplessness. It seems like you have your own story. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. I'll take you to see my father. Jian Luoying could see the true sorrow in Ling Xiao's eyes. She suddenly lost interest. She didn't want to poke at someone else's scars. Many thanks, Ling Xiao said excitedly. Don't get too happy yet. When you see my father, you'd better not be too disappointed. My father hasn't left the Wine Demon residence for over 100 years, for no other reason than to protect the descendants and disciples of the 4 demon generals. But it's also because of this that he's lost his former sharpness. He's become cautious. To put it bluntly, he's a coward. Jian Luoying's emotions were complicated when she mentioned her father. Ling Xiao said nothing. To be able to keep a low profile for the sake of others, and even endure humiliation, he couldn't do such a thing. He'd rather fight to the death. But this didn't stop him from admiring Sword 18th. There weren't many people who could do such a thing, and it was very difficult. Did the Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow Demon Generals really rebel? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Why are you asking this? Jian Luoying asked curiously. I'm just thinking that the 4 of them should know how powerful the Demon Lord is. If they weren't stupid or had some special reason, why would they rebel? Ling Xiao voiced his confusion. You're right. The 4 demon generals rebelled because the Demon Lord humiliated the Celestial Demon General's wife. The other 3 demon generals and the Celestial Demon General were like brothers, so they agreed to rebel together to deal with the Demon Lord. Jian Luoying clenched her teeth and said, only the 4 demon generals and the people of the demon general residence know about this. I secretly saw it in their family logs. Those people didn't even dare to mention it because the demon lord had spies in the wine demon residence. The reason why my father helped was because the 4 devil generals were too aggrieved. So that's the case. Ling Xiao understood. When faced with such a situation, he would also rebel and not endure silently. His woman had been defiled by someone else. Could it be that he was going to swallow this humiliation? Was he still a man? After learning the truth, Ling Xiao's impression of the devil lord crumbled, and his respect for the 18th sword grew. This person did not hesitate to offend the devil lord to protect the relatives and disciples of the 4 devil generals. This was an act of absolute righteousness. Up ahead is the Demon General Great Hall. My father lives inside. Just as Jian Luoying finished speaking, she suddenly heard the sound of plates shattering coming from the hall. Curses followed. Is this something that humans eat? Are you feeding the dogs? How dare you treat us so disrespectfully? Hearing those words, Jian Luoying's expression turned extremely ugly. What an annoying guy. Who is he? Ling Xiao asked. An ordinary disciple of the Devil Lord Mansion. Sword Sakura replied. What? Just an ordinary disciple. How dare he behave so atrociously in front of the wine demon general? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he quickened his pace and walked to the entrance of the hall. From outside, he could see the situation inside. There were a total of 3 disciples sitting on the seats. They were dressed like dogs, but all of them had disgusting faces. Plates were shattered all over the floor. Food was also spilled all over the floor. Even so, there was still a fragrant aroma wafting into their nostrils. The 3 of you, please don't be angry. If you don't like the food, you can always change it. It won't be good for your health if you get angry. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s said with a smile. That's the wine demon general, the 18th sword? Ling Xiao asked. Disappointed, aren't you? This isn't the first time something like this has happened. It's clear that those guys are here to cause trouble. They're using the Devil Lord Mansion's orders to pick on us. I'm so angry that I want to kill them all. But every time, my father acts like a coward. He just has to stop me. Jian Luoying sighed and said, No, on the contrary, I think your father is really great. At the very least, I can't do that. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, It's clear that the Devil Lord sent these people here to provoke and enrage your father. Then, he'll find an excuse to deal with your father. But he won't fall for it. He'd rather be humiliated and endure it. Because once he makes a move, it means that everyone in the wine demon residence will be treated as traitors and dealt with. What you said makes sense. But recently, the people from the Devil Lord Mansion have been going overboard. They're practically taking advantage of us. Jian Luoying gritted her teeth and said. Just as she finished speaking, an ordinary disciple of the Devil Lord Mansion picked up a bowl of soup and poured it over the wine demon general's head. Hee, wine demon general, this soup tastes pretty good, right? The disciple said with a smile as he poured the soup. He didn't take the wine demon general seriously at all. Trash. He's only at the late stage of the 15th level of hell. Your father can kill him with a single finger. This guy is just relying on the Devil Lord's protection. That's why he's so daring. Ling Xiao scolded. I can't take it anymore. Jian Luoying gritted her teeth and walked into the main hall with her sword in hand. Ling Xiao didn't stop her. Although he admired Jian 18's ability to endure, he didn't agree with endless tolerance. Because for this kind of trash, the more one tolerated, the more they would act. Jian 18 had endured for 100 years. Perhaps he was right in the past. But now, even an ordinary disciple dared to pour soup on him and he couldn't resist. How could he tolerate this? If he could tolerate this, then those ordinary disciples would probably kill him next. They wanted to force Jian 18 to make a move. They were willing to do anything without a bottom line. Was he supposed to tolerate it? How long could he tolerate it? Ling Xiao followed Jian Luoying into the main hall. And at this time, Jian 18 still chose to tolerate it. Perhaps he thought that a lack of tolerance would spoil a great plan. So those 3 were even more presumptuous. Call the cook over. This was a completely commanding tone. Father, don't listen to them. They're just ordinary disciples. How dare they speak to a demon general like that? They've already violated the sect's rules. They should reflect on their actions. Jian Luoying said. Luoying, shut up. Men, call the cook over. Jian 18 glared at Jian Luoying, then ordered someone to call the cook over. The cook was also Jian 18's disciple. His cultivation wasn't strong, only at the peak of the 14th level of hell. Kneel down and eat everything on the ground. An ordinary disciple of the Devil Master Mansion kicked the chef to the ground, then stepped on his head and said coldly, "You're too much." Jian Luoying had already unsheathed her sword. The cold blade emitted a piercing cold light. "Senior sister, it's fine. It's all food." Chapter 2998. Ha ha, ha ha ha, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Ear-piercing laughter echoed in the main hall. The three ordinary disciples of the Demon Master residence were extremely smug. To them, being able to ride on a devil general's head and shit and pee was simply too satisfying. It was something they didn't even dare to think about. However, after laughing, they realized that their mission was not yet complete. Their mission was to provoke the demon general, Sword 18, and make him attack them. According to the plan, the moment Sword 18 attacked, someone would come to save them. In fact, these idiots didn't understand the real goal of the mission at all, which was to kill the three of them. Only if they died here would it be a reason to attack. They had been completely fooled. What's this kid doing here? I've never seen him before. Suddenly, one of the ordinary disciples looked at Ling Xiao and asked curiously, "It's none of your business." Jian Luoying looked at her junior brother lying on the ground and eating the food that was deliberately knocked over. Her heart was bleeding. However, she also knew that once she made a move, she would give others an excuse. At that time, the entire Wine Demon residence would be in trouble. However, the more she thought about it, the more useless she felt. It would be better to fight a fierce battle. Even if she died, she would die with dignity. So what if she lived for 100 years like this? It's none of our business, but we're going to interfere. One of them walked up to Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "What are you doing here, kid?" Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Apprenticeship." Apprenticeship? The three frowned. This was the first time someone dared to come to Sword 18 and ask him to be his master. Even Sword 18 was stunned for a moment and looked at Ling Xiao. "Kid, listen to my advice. You've seen how cowardly Sword 18 is. Forget about asking him to be your master. Hurry up and go back to where you came from." One of the Demon Master residence disciples waved his hand. However, Ling Xiao stood still. Sword 18's strength was definitely powerful. Ling Xiao could feel it even without using the Taiji Eye. Sword 18 did look a little cowardly on the surface, but that was because he couldn't bear to see the people he was protecting killed. If he was alone, he wouldn't be so cowardly. Therefore, Ling Xiao felt that Sword 18 was qualified to be his current master. At the very least, this person's character was much better than the heavenly demon generals. Scram. The disciples of the Devil Master Mansion felt that they had lost face. They had personally tried to persuade Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao did not move at all. This was something that they could not accept. "Watch your mouth. I'm not the 18th blade." Ling Xiao coldly looked at the person who spoke and said, "I told you to scram. What else can you do? Do you still dare to attack?" That person was still arrogant. Ha ha ha, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to do anything to you. He's not the 18th sword. He doesn't have that kind of power. Another person also mocked. In their opinion, those who came here to seek a master were mostly those who couldn't survive in the outside world. Only the third person had an uncertain expression on his face. He seemed to have thought of something, but was unsure of what it was. Pa! A loud slap sounded in the main hall. The face of the Devil Master Mansion's disciple, who told Ling Xiao to scram, immediately swelled up. A martial artist at the 15th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, his combat strength was not as good as Feng Feiyun's. How dare he be so arrogant in front of Ling Xiao? He was asking for a beating. Both Sword 18 and Jian Luoying were stunned. This kid was really arrogant. He even dared to hit a disciple of the Devil Master Mansion? Although those three were ordinary disciples, they represented the Devil Master Mansion. Was he not afraid of the Devil Master Mansion's revenge? Of course, at the same time, they also began to worry about the safety of the Wine Demon Mansion. If the Devil Master Mansion came looking for trouble because of this, they would be in trouble. As if seeing through Sword 18's worries, Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Lord Wine Demon General, don't worry. If I'm not wrong, as long as these three are not killed, the Devil Master Mansion won't do anything." The Devil Master didn't take action directly. Instead, he sent someone to pick a fight. This means that he also wants a reason to take action. But this reason must be someone died. It's just a few ordinary disciples being beaten up. It's not a big deal. Besides, I'm an outsider, not a member of the Wine Demon Mansion. Even if I kill them, you can push all the blame to me. Sword 18's face reddened at these words. Jin Luoying also lowered her head. Little brother, you're really not afraid of power. But if you do that, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. Sword 18 quickly regained his composure. After all, he had seen many people like Ling Xiao, unwilling to lower their heads, unwilling to endure, and force their way through everything. That was why they died so quickly. Even if they were geniuses, they had no future prospects. Bad luck? Ling Xiao smiled disapprovingly. If teaching a lesson to a few ordinary disciples who were riding on his head would bring him bad luck, then he would rather be unlucky than be humiliated. Moreover, if someone wanted to bring him bad luck, then he would drag them down with him. Even if he died, he would drag a few down with him. That's right, you're finished. The person who told Ling Xiao to scram just now was furious after being slapped by Ling Xiao. He was about to attack and teach Ling Xiao a lesson. This is the Wine Demon Mansion. Let's fight outside. Ling Xiao turned and walked outside. He was extremely fast. The three disciples of the Demon Lord Mansion didn't think much and followed him out. Sword 18 and Jian Luoying looked at each other and followed. Outside the Wine Demon Mansion, the guards laughed out loud. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so useless. Even Sword 18 doesn't want you. Ling Xiao didn't have time to listen to these idiots' mockery. When he reached the open space outside, he stopped. Then, the three disciples of the Demon Lord Mansion chased after him. Sword 18 and Jian Luoying were behind them. There were also many disciples of the Wine Demon Mansion, standing halfway up the mountain to see what was going on. Hey, I heard that a newcomer wanted to be apprenticed, but he was threatened by the three lackeys of the Demon Lord Mansion. He actually slapped one of them. Damn, that was so satisfying. But this kid is finished. His cultivation level isn't high, and he probably doesn't have a backer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Wine Demon Mansion. Yeah, what a pity. He's the first person who dared to beat up a disciple of the Demon Lord Mansion in 100 years. I really don't want him to die. I've been holding this in for 100 years. I've had enough. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to cause trouble for the Wine Demon General, I'd like to have some fun too. What's there to be afraid of? Most of the disciples of the Wine Demon Mansion didn't want to be humiliated like this. Although some of them were already numb, most of them had accumulated a terrifying amount of anger and dissatisfaction in their hearts. It was really like a barrel of dynamite that would explode at the slightest touch. Therefore, they were very satisfied that Ling Xiao dared to beat up a disciple of the Demon Lord Mansion. It was the best enjoyment in 100 years. They had never felt like this before. Chapter 2999. Wow, this kid is really something. He actually got into a fight with someone from the Demon Master residence. The guards outside the Wine Demon residence looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. Of course, their attitude was different from the people from the Wine Demon residence. He's just courting death. I've seen a lot of people like him. Another guard sneered. That's right. Let's just watch a show today. The guards even took out snacks and sat there, eating them with relish. At this moment, the disciple who had been slapped by Ling Xiao had already pounced on Ling Xiao. If I don't kill you today, I'm not a disciple of the Demon Master residence. He was used to being arrogant. In the past, he used to ride on the Wine Demon General's head and was not afraid of anything. So it had become a habit. He did not know fear at all, nor did he know who he had provoked. After all, as a disciple of the Demon Master residence, there was basically no one who dared to provoke them. Everyone watched this scene nervously. Even Sword 18 could not bear to watch Ling Xiao being killed. The guards, on the other hand, were eating with relish and watching with relish. The other people from the Wine Demon residence clenched their fists, wondering if they should attack. Only Jian Luoying looked indifferent, because she knew Ling Xiao's strength. Smack! There was a crisp sound of a slap, and this time, the sound was louder. It was also heavier. Half of the disciple's face was completely swollen. He fell to the ground and struggled for a long time, but he could not get up. Don't think that you're a genius just because you're a disciple of the Demon Master residence. In my eyes, you're all trash. Go back and stay obediently. Maybe you can keep your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao did not intend to kill. After all, these three were disciples of the Demon Master residence. If he killed them, there would be a lot of trouble. But he still dared to beat them into a pulp. You're courting death. Of course, the other two would not be so obedient. They thought that by joining forces, they could defeat Ling Xiao. The two of them attacked Ling Xiao from the left and right at the same time, using peak soldier-level martial arts techniques. Crack! Different voices rang out at the same time. Everyone was shocked to see that the arms of the two disciples of the Devil Master Mansion had already been forcefully pulled off. It was bloody. They were like pigs whose fur had been scalded as they screamed crazily. Ling Xiao casually threw the two arms on the ground and coldly said, "Do you still want to continue? Just you wait. The Devil Master Mansion will not let you off." The two of them picked up the arm that had fallen on the ground and carried the other fainted guy. They fled hundreds of meters away in a flash before shouting at the others. However, when they saw Ling Xiao looking at them, they ran away in fear. We've been bullied by such trash for so long. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. That's right. Our Wine Demon Mansion's strength is not weak. However, in order to conceal his strength and bide his time, the Wine Demon General has always placed us at the bottom of the competition for the Black Tortoise Seal. Sigh, I've had enough of these cowardly days. The people of the Wine Demon Mansion watched the three ordinary disciples of the Devil Master Mansion flee in embarrassment. Although they felt good, they also felt extremely cowardly at the same time. If they had been bullied by the Devil Master, it would have been fine. However, they had been bullied by these three trash. This was simply a great humiliation. However, they did not want to cause trouble for the Wine Demon General. After all, if it had not been for the Wine Demon General, they would have been dead long ago. It was extremely contradictory. On the other side, the snacks in the hands of the guards all fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open. A 16-year-old boy had easily defeated three disciples of the Devil Master Mansion, who were at the advanced stage of the 15th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Wasn't this a genius? However, how could a genius not be wanted and instead come to the 18th sword to be his disciple? Ah, I remember now. A guard suddenly shouted, "Ling Xiao? This guy is Ling Xiao." "What Ling Xiao?" someone asked. Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Sky Demon Mansion. In this entrance examination, he not only won 3 consecutive championships, but also broke numerous records. Just today, he killed the personal disciple of the Heavenly Demon General, Feng Feiyun, on the life and death platform. I heard that the Devil Master has begun to pay attention to him. He said that as long as he can reach the 16th level of Hell in the first transformation before the age of 20, he will let him cultivate in the Devil Master Mansion. The most ridiculous thing is that the Heavenly Demon General wants to accept him as his personal disciple, but he refused. Do you know that he refused? The guard's voice was very loud. Not to mention the people around him. Even the people of the Wine Demon Mansion halfway up the mountain heard it. All of them were dumbfounded. Why would a person with such monstrous talent and such a bright future come to the Wine Demon Mansion? Why did he want to be the disciple of the 18th sword? Why? The 18th sword asked directly. Why what? Ling Xiao asked back. You can obviously become the personal disciple of the Heavenly Demon General. When your cultivation reaches the 16th level of Hell in the first transformation, you can even enter the Devil Master Mansion. You can become the personal disciple of the Devil Master. But you chose me? You should know that the Wine Demon Mansion is a crime. Once you join, you lose the right to enter the Devil Master Mansion. The 18th sword said. Oh, I know all that. But the heavenly demon general's character is too bad. I don't like him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Is that reason enough? Just because of that? Jin Luoying found it a bit unbelievable. But the 18th sword believed it to be true. Geniuses usually had strange personalities. If they didn't like something, they wouldn't choose it no matter how good it was. Forget it. I beat up a disciple of the Devil Master Mansion today. I don't think the Wine Demon General will accept me. Goodbye. Ling Xiao sighed. Although he wanted to become the 18th sword's personal disciple, Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't stand that kind of attitude. Sometimes he would endure it, but there was a limit. He wouldn't endure it indefinitely. That would be too cowardly. Wait a moment. The 18th sword suddenly said, Are you really willing to take me as your master? Father, accept him. This Ling Xiao's talent is extraordinary. He's definitely not inferior to Empress Lan or Mei Chen. Your daughter has already tried before. Jin Luoying hurriedly said, Don't say anything. The 18th sword waved his hand and looked at Ling Xiao. Of course. But Lord Wine Demon General, although I admire your spirit of enduring for 100 years for the people of the Wine Demon Mansion, to be honest, I can't do it. I'm a person who likes to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. That's why my reputation isn't good. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Maybe we really aren't suitable to be master and disciple. I want you. The 18th sword suddenly said, What? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't quite understand. Didn't you want to take me as your master? From now on, you are a member of the Wine Demon Mansion, a personal disciple of the Wine Demon General. I don't dare to promise anything else, but I, the 18th sword, can guarantee your safety in the Devil Dragon Sword Court. The Wine Demon General looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, Although he was very tolerant and cowardly, none of the disciples of the Wine Demon Mansion had been killed for so many years. Chapter 3000. Father, you actually accepted Ling Xiao as your disciple. I really didn't expect this. Ling Xiao had some matters to attend to, so he returned to the Sky Demon residence to handle the paperwork for his departure. Jin Luoying asked her father, Sword 18th, curiously. He's a good child, and a very talented one. If not for us, he wouldn't have offended the Demon Lord residence. That's why I have a reason to protect him. Sword 18th said, Given that kid's personality, he probably won't take it lying down. But with me around, no one can hurt him, not even the Demon Lord. Hearing these words, Jin Luoying understood everything. Leaving Ling Xiao to fend for himself meant that either Ling Xiao would be killed or he would escape. Neither was what Sword 18th wanted. Only by taking Ling Xiao into the Wine Demon residence could he protect Ling Xiao and restrain Ling Xiao at the same time. Of course, besides this reason, Sword 18th had another thought. He only had one daughter, but his ultimate techniques were only suitable for men to cultivate. In his mind, Ling Xiao was the most suitable successor for the inheritance. In the battle back then, he'd suffered severe internal injuries. Although it didn't affect his battle prowess, his lifespan had been greatly reduced. He hoped that after his death, there would be someone to protect the Wine Demon residence for him. And Ling Xiao was the best candidate. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know any of this. He'd already returned to the Sky Demon residence. As soon as he arrived, he ran into the demon envoy Lin Xian. Where did you go this time? Lin Xian frowned. I'm afraid you can't control where I go. Also, starting today, I'm leaving the Sky Demon residence and joining the Wine Demon residence. Out of sight, out of mind, and out of mind. We'll mind our own business. Bye-bye. Ling Xiao glanced at Lin Xian, then went into his room and began to pack his things. He didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all, as if she didn't exist. How dare you betray the Sky Demon residence? Lin Xian shouted harshly. Betray? Don't make it sound so unpleasant. I merely withdrew from the Heavenly Demon residence and became a direct disciple of the Wine Demon residence. Ling Xiao said indifferently, also, if I'm not wrong, that old dog Heavenly Demon General should have sent you to kill me, right? For someone who wants to kill me, how can I stay by his side? You. Lin Xian frowned. She did not expect Ling Xiao to have guessed everything. Not only was his strength terrifying, but he was also very smart. It seemed that it was not possible to hide anything. All of a sudden, a vicious plan appeared in her mind. How could that be? The heavenly demon general didn't say anything like that. He even asked me to invite you to a banquet. Lin Xian smiled. Banquet? Ling Xiao frowned and said, I'm afraid it's a trap. Of course not. This banquet is the engagement banquet between Xiao Qiqi and my brother, Lin Feiyang. As Xiao Qiqi's friend, you should attend. Lin Xian maintained her smile. What a drama queen. Engagement banquet? Ling Xiao frowned and said, why would Qiqi be engaged to that trash? It's a bit too much to call him trash. Ever since my brother became Qin Luo's disciple, he has broken through to the first transformation of the yin-yang realm, the early stage of the 15th level of hell. Although he can't compare to your crazy cultivation speed, he's still a genius. He and Xiao Qiqi are a match made in heaven. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. Haha, I don't believe it. Ling Xiao smiled. Xiao Qiqi's real name was Golden Phoenix Qiqi, the little princess of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Why would she like Lin Feiyang? The Lin family was not bad, but the strongest person in the Lin family was only a deputy commander of the Heavenly Demon Mansion. How could they compare with the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace? It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Tonight, under the Yulao tree at the back of the mountain. If you don't come, Qiqi will be very disappointed. With that, she turned and left. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Xian's back with a gloomy face. What is this woman up to now? No, I have to find Qiqi and ask her. Although Ling Xiao did not believe Lin Xian's words, he did not rule out the possibility that the heavenly demon general would force Jinfeng Qiqi to marry Lin Feiyang. After all, if the 1st and 13th demon generals worked together, they would become stronger. However, when he went to the heavenly demon mansion's demon general hall, he was stopped by someone who said that Xiao Qiqi did not want to see him. Ling Xiao wanted to force his way in, but he held back in the end. With his current strength, he would be courting death if he forced his way into the demon general hall. Even if the heavenly demon general did not make a move, any of his personal guards could pose a great threat to him. Qiqi. Ling Xiao looked at the sky. Okay, I'll go to the Yulao tree at the back of the mountain tonight. Even if it's a trap, it's better than forcing my way into the demon general hall. It was impossible for him to ignore Jinfeng Qiqi's matter. If something really happened to Jinfeng Qiqi, he would definitely feel sorry in his heart. Although they had not known each other for long, Jinfeng Qiqi was like his own sister. How could he not care? He stayed in his residence until night fell. Ling Xiao set off and went to the Yulao tree at the back of the mountain. Just after he left, a figure appeared behind him. She was very far away and had restrained her aura, so Ling Xiao did not notice her. This time, I'm using my own brother as bait. How can you, Ling Xiao, not die? Lin Xian looked at Ling Xiao's back and revealed a cruel sneer. After her brother Lin Feiyang's cultivation had broken through, he had come to the heavenly demon mansion to look for Ling Xiao several times. He wanted to take revenge for the entrance examination. Previously, Ling Xiao was not there, so it did not succeed. However, this time, Ling Xiao and his younger brother should be able to settle things. She knew that her brother was no match for Ling Xiao. After all, even Fang Feiyun was killed by Ling Xiao. But this was where she was vicious. If Ling Xiao injured her brother, or even killed him, Qin Luo, the 13th Devil General, would definitely not let the matter rest. At that time, how could Ling Xiao be fine? Moreover, this time, Ling Xiao might not be able to get away with it. Her brother had a treasure in his hands. Although it was a one-time use item, it was extremely powerful. If Ling Xiao underestimated the enemy, then he would definitely die under this treasure. At that time, she only needed to pick up the corpse. The plan was perfect. She looked at the time and prepared to make her move 10 minutes later. She was afraid that if she went early, she would attract Ling Xiao's attention and alert the enemy. Ling Xiao did not know what kind of tricks this vicious woman had up her sleeves. He was worried about Jinfeng Qiqi, so he ran all the way. Using the demonic dragon phantom movement technique to the extreme, he rushed towards the Yulao tree at the back of the mountain. But when he reached the Yulao tree, there was no banquet. There was only one person standing there, sneering at him. In that instant, Ling Xiao understood everything. Ah! He suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Feiyong frowned and asked. "Of course I'm laughing because this is a trap. I'm relieved that Chi-Chi is fine." Chapter 3001. You actually have the time to care about others. You should be more concerned about your own safety. Lin Feiyong said coldly, "Today, this will be your burial ground. I want to take revenge for the entrance exam." "Are you an idiot?" Ling Xiao felt that it was a little funny. This Lin Feiyong really didn't know his own strength. "You're the idiot," Lin Feiyong said angrily. "Haha." Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly moved his feet. Before Lin Feiyong could even react to what had happened, his entire body was sent flying. The heavy palm print caused half of Lin Feiyong's face to swell. "You want to take revenge on me?" Looking at Lin Feiyong's shocked expression, Ling Xiao said mockingly, "Don't you know that I killed that trash Fang Feiyun? How are you compared to Fang Feiyun? You actually dare to find trouble with me?" Bullsh *T. I've seen senior brother Fang. He's a martial artist at the 15th level of hell in Yinyang realm. How can you kill him with your strength? Lin Feiyong spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said, "I was careless and got hit by you. Now, it's time for me to fight back." Looking at this idiot, Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain anything. However, he was very curious. Lin Feiyong was Lin Xian's brother. Lin Xian would definitely tell this guy about him, Ling Xiao. How could Lin Feiyong not know? Could it be that Lin Xian also schemed against her own brother? Good lord, she's really vicious. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel goosebumps. He had seen vicious people before. However, there weren't many like Lin Xian who schemed against her own brother. This woman was too sinister. Seeing that Ling Xiao ignored him, Lin Feiyong was furious. He was about to explode. He released the aura of a martial artist at the 15th level of hell in Yinyang realm. Ling Xiao, when I was at the peak of the 14th level of hell in Yinyang realm, I was able to kill a martial artist at the 15th level of hell in Yinyang realm. And now, I've broken through to the first revolution in Yang realm's 15th level, the early stage of hell. He could directly challenge a martial artist at the late stage of the first transformation's 15th level of hell. In front of me, you're not even worth a fart. Lin Feiyong, this guy, seemed to have forgotten that he had just been slapped in the face. He was actually still showing off. Although Ling Xiao had to admit that this idiot had some talent, in his eyes, he was still worthless. You've spoken too much nonsense. If you want to take revenge on me, make your move. Ling Xiao roughly knew what that B*TCH Lin Xian wanted to do. Regardless of whether he killed Lin Feiyong or not, he would offend the 13th demon General Chenluo because of tonight's battle. Although Chenluo's strength was inferior to the other 12 devil generals, he was much more powerful than Ling Xiao. Lin Xian, this bitch, wanted Chenluo to deal with him. But what was he afraid of? Now that he was a disciple of the 18th sword, he could just hide in the Wine Demon Manor. Even the Devil Lord wouldn't dare to kill someone in the Wine Demon residence. At most, he would just humiliate the Wine Demon General. Not to mention a mere newly appointed Devil General Chenluo. Now, he realized that the move he had made was too important. Joining the Wine Demon residence was much safer than staying in the Sky Demon residence, where he was surrounded by enemies. Thinking of this, he sneered. Since Lin Feiyong wanted to die, he didn't mind sending this idiot on his way. During the entrance exam, Lin Feiyong should have already died. If the original 13 devil generals hadn't suddenly interfered, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how important it was to get rid of the danger ahead of time. While he was thinking about these things, Lin Feiyong had already prepared his strongest move. It was the same martial technique that he had used during the entrance exam. But whether it was the intensity or the power, it was much stronger. Die, Ling Xiao. You have no future in the Sword Dynasty. Lin Feiyong roared. His figure flashed and pounced at Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. The dazzling golden light had already wrapped around Lin Feiyong's body. The terrifying pressure was several times stronger than before. Golden Crow Palm. Lin Feiyong was at the early stage of the Yinyang realm's 15th level of hell. Combined with his perfection stage cultivation, This move was extremely powerful. Ordinary martial artists, even if they were at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 15th level of hell, would not dare to take it head-on. They would definitely choose to avoid it. Otherwise, once they were hit, they might be melted by the blazing golden light. Lin Feiyong had already forgotten the pain on his face. At this moment, there was only excitement and madness in his eyes. After holding it in for several days, he could finally vent his displeasure. Look at Ling Zhao's stupid appearance. He must have been scared silly. He didn't even dare to dodge. Good. No one in the Demon Dragon Sword Court would care about this trash anyway. If he dies, then he dies. Boom. The terrifying palm energy was completely vented on Ling Zhao's head. Lin Feiyong was vicious enough. He knew that if he hit Ling Zhao's body, he might not be able to kill Ling Xiao, so he chose to hit Ling Zhao's head directly. As long as Ling Zhao's head was destroyed, Ling Xiao would not be able to survive. However, the moment the golden crow palm hit Ling Xiao, Lin Feiyong felt that something was wrong. His palm did not hit a person, but a piece of 10,000-year-old cold iron. You didn't believe me when I said you were an idiot. You dare to seek revenge with such a weak attack? Poor kid. You were used by your own sister as bait. A cold voice came from Ling Zhao's mouth. Lin Feiyong wanted to retreat in fear. However, he realized that his palm seemed to be sucked in and could not move. Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed Lin Feiyong's arms. Then, he started to pry them apart. The bones were under terrifying pressure and made creaking sounds. Lin Feiyong felt that his arms were about to break. At this moment, he was filled with extreme fear. His all-out attack was so weak in front of Ling Xiao. Could it be that this guy was telling the truth? Fang Feiyan was really killed by Ling Xiao? When he thought of this, Lin Feiyong felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end. He knew what Ling Xiao was going to do, because he could feel the pain coming from his arms. No, I admit defeat. I lost. Lin Feiyong was scared. But would Ling Xiao spare him? He kept causing trouble for Ling Xiao. With Ling Zhao's personality, he should get rid of this kind of person as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be a source of trouble. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was so clear in the silent night sky. Ah! Then, Lin Feiyong's hysterical scream was heard. Both of his arms were actually broken by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao threw Lin Feiyong to the ground. He was waiting for Chen Luo and Lin Xian to come. He believed that Chen Luo would come. Lin Xian's trap was to let Chen Luo deal with him. Chapter 3002. If Ling Zhao's guess was correct, Lin Xian would definitely bring Chen Luo here. However, Lin Xian probably didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could subdue Lin Feiyong in such a short time. Spare me, spare me. I will never find trouble with you again. Lin Feiyong's arms drooped. He used his head to prop his body up and then knelt there, begging for mercy. Although he looked very sincere, Ling Xiao, with his sharp senses, could still detect a trace of imperceptible coldness from the corner of his eyes. This kid is still thinking about tricking me? Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. This Lin Feiyong really didn't learn to be obedient. Fine, since you want to trick me, I'll give you a chance. I'd like to see what other tricks you have. Ling Xiao had life backtrack, so he wasn't worried about what Lin Feiyong would do. Moreover, there was a high probability that he wouldn't need to use life backtrack at all. He had too many ways to save his life. He simply smiled and said, I can spare you. Your master, Chen Luo, will be here in a moment. Ask him to give me a set of general-level martial arts, and I'll spare you. No problem, no problem. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. Lin Feiyong said loudly. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. Then he stood up and said, I'm going to relieve myself. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. If you do that, it won't just be your arms being broken. You'll really lose your life. After saying that, he walked to the side. He was less than 30 meters away from Lin Feiyong. With his back facing Lin Feiyong, he pretended to relieve himself. He had to create an opportunity for Lin Feiyong. Otherwise, how could this kid take out his trump card? As expected, looking at Ling Zhao's back, Lin Feiyang's original fear turned into complete anger and ferocity. Ling Xiao, your biggest mistake was not killing me. Now, I'll make you suffer pain countless times worse than losing your arms. He sneered, and a golden light flew out from his storage ring. It was a spiritual talisman. It was not a blood soul talisman, but an ordinary talisman. Golden light flowed on the talisman paper, and strange inscriptions flickered on it. Vaguely, one could even see the image of a golden crow. The moment the talisman was taken out, Ling Xiao turned around. He could feel the terrifying power of this talisman. The surrounding air seemed to have been completely burned and boiled. It was as if his body had been thrown into a furnace. If it were not for the protection of the divine fire, he would have been burned to death before the talisman could be released. Golden Crow Talisman? Ling Xiao frowned. Ling Xiao had heard and seen talismans before. Only those immortals in the Immortal Court continent could make them. Even if they were sold to other continents, the price would still be extremely expensive. However, one had to admit that under the expensive price, the power was terrifying. He had a feeling that the Golden Crow Divine Talisman in Lin Feiyang's hand could definitely smash him into pieces. You're finished, Ling Xiao. Lin Feiyang laughed. My Lin clan only has 2 Golden Crow talismans, and they were bought with the money we saved up over the years. One for me, and the other for my sister, to make sure we don't get killed. The Golden Crow Divine Talisman is so terrifying that anyone under the life-seizing level would find it difficult to defend against it. Considering the level of your cultivation base, you'll be easily killed. Speaking of which, it's a bit of a waste to use it on you. But you have to die, no matter what. Lin Feiyang laughed viciously, enduring the pain in his arms. No one would be able to escape from the heat of the Golden Crow Divine Talisman. Ling Xiao had been caught off guard, and now that he was trapped, there was no other possibility than death. Go, Golden Crow Divine Talisman, he roared, and a beam of golden light shot out, moving with even more terrifying speed than Ling Xiao's earth-penetrating golden light magic. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Ling Xiao, and then slammed into him. With this kind of speed, even if Ling Xiao wasn't trapped in the golden light, he wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, Lin Feiyang was absolutely certain that Ling Xiao was going to die. He laughed maniacally as the image of Ling Xiao being burnt to a crisp appeared in his mind. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you wasted one of my Golden Crow Divine Talismans. Even if you die, you should be proud. Even as the words left his mouth, the Golden Crow Divine Talisman began to radiate terrifying heat. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountaintop was enveloped. The trees inside were instantly reduced to ash. It was a ball of golden light, like a golden sun. Off in the distance, Lin Xian and Chen Luo were rushing toward the Elder Moon Tree when they saw the blinding light. Lin Xian frowned. She had never imagined that Lin Feiyang would use the Golden Crow Divine Talisman so quickly. This time, in order to convince her little brother that her plan would work, she had given her own Golden Crow Divine Talisman to Lin Feiyang. Her useless little brother was too useless. He couldn't even hold on for 10 minutes. But it didn't matter. Since the Golden Crow Divine Talisman had been used, Ling Xiao was bound to die. She had to make some changes to her plan. Her original plan had 2 directions of development. If Ling Xiao didn't die, Chen Luo would kill him. If Ling Xiao died, Chen Luo could clean up the mess. With Chen Luo around, even if Ling Xiao died, no one in the Demon Dragon Sword Court would dare to say anything. As for that cowardly Sword 18, even if he really wanted to find trouble, he would definitely find trouble with Chen Luo. It had nothing to do with her. Everything was flawless. The moment they arrived at the Elder Moon Tree, Lin Xian and Chen Luo saw a shocking scene. The entire mountaintop had been melted by the terrifying Golden Crow Divine Talisman. The ground was charred black. All the plants had been burned to ashes. As for Ling Xiao, he had disappeared. Only Lin Feiyang was sitting there, laughing crazily. Ha ha ha, he's dead. He's dead. Ling Xiao is finally dead. Lin Feiyang was very crazy. It wasn't easy to kill the guy he hated. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. What the hell happened? Chen Luo looked at all this in surprise and asked, Master? Lin Feiyang saw Chen Luo and said excitedly, Master, Ling Xiao wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to use the Golden Crow Divine Talisman. I see. Chenluo nodded and looked at the burnt mountain top. He sneered and said, if he's dead, he's dead. It's just Ling Xiao. Feiyang, no matter who asks, you just need to say that I killed him. Haha, you really know how to protect your disciple. Suddenly, without warning, a cold laughter sounded in everyone's ears. Ghost. Lin Feiyang was shocked. He could tell that the laughter was Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao was already dead. How could he laugh? Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Chapter 3003. Hee, as expected, there's a Golden Crow talisman inside. Ling Xiao didn't care about other things, but this Golden Crow talisman was so powerful that he had to get it. The reason why he didn't die was not because he blocked the attack of the Golden Crow talisman, nor was it because he escaped. Of course, it wasn't because he used life backtrack. It was because Xiao Jin made a move. Xiao Jin swallowed the terrifying heat completely. At this moment, he was preparing to break through in the mountain river world. Once this terrifying heat was completely digested, Xiao Jin's strength would probably be much stronger than his. Only then would he feel at ease. Impossible. How can you still be alive under the Golden Crow talisman? Seeing Ling Xiao suddenly appear, Lin Feiyang's first reaction was disbelief. He wasn't afraid. Chenluo and Lin Xian were both here. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill him. Not to mention kill him. He was just shocked that Ling Xiao could survive under the terrifying power of the Golden Crow talisman. Nothing is impossible. Ling Xiao sneered and said, for a frog at the bottom of a well like you, do you think that the Golden Crow talisman is invincible? You should be more concerned about how I'm going to kill you if you can't kill me. Do you dare to kill me? With my sister and master here, you won't dare to do it even if you have 10 times the courage, Lin Feiyang said proudly. Although it was a great loss for him to waste a Golden Crow talisman, fortunately, all the people who could help him were here. He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao now. Haha. With a sneer, Ling Xiao released a sharp sword aura from one of his fingers and directly pierced Lin Feiyang's shoulder blade. I don't dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I've even killed a demon general. Who do you think you are? If you dare to kill him, I'll let you die. Chenluo took a step forward and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. That's what you said. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. The sharp sword aura on his fingertip was released again. But this time, it didn't pierce through the shoulder blade, but Lin Feiyang's throat. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your idiot master. Do you think I, Ling Xiao, am someone who can be threatened? If he had used something in exchange for your life, that could still be discussed. But now that he has threatened me, I can only assume that he doesn't care about your life at all. When Ling Xiao spoke, Lin Feiyang still had a bit of consciousness. In his heart, other than shock and confusion, there was more despair and fear. They were too full of themselves, thinking that Ling Xiao was someone they could assassinate, plot against, and threaten as they wished. He was a Lin Feiyang's. He was his. Lin was. Just as Ling Xiao killed Lin Feiyang, another person arrived at the scene. It was the Heavenly Demon General. Lin Xian told the Heavenly Demon General when she was planning, hoping that he would come to watch the show. But she didn't expect that when the Heavenly Demon General arrived, he would see Lin Feiyang being killed by Ling Xiao. The Heavenly Demon General's eyes were filled with shock. He knew about the Golden Crow talisman. Lin Xian had one. He also knew the power of the Golden Crow talisman. Even he would be seriously injured if he was hit by it. Moreover, the Golden Crow talisman was very fast. Once it locked on, there was no escape. He knew about the plan tonight. He thought Ling Xiao would be blasted to pieces by the Golden Crow talisman. At least, he should be seriously injured. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao was unharmed. Lin Feiyang was dead. What on earth happened? He was very confused. He was more afraid of Ling Xiao. He was starting to regret it now. Perhaps he should have accepted Ling Xiao as his personal disciple from the start. Then he wouldn't have been slapped in the face. And he was sure that if he had taken Ling Xiao as his disciple, Ling Xiao wouldn't have refused. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Facing Ling Xiao, who kept rising and creating unbelievable miraculous events, he felt a deep sense of dread. More importantly, Ling Xiao was recognized by Jian Luoying as her personal disciple. This was a bit troublesome. If he didn't kill him, he would become a great enemy in the future. Tonight, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. He might as well kill Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, he already had a plan. At this time, Demon General Chen Luo was looking at Ling Xiao with unusually fierce and vicious eyes. The heavenly demon general smiled inwardly. Good, he could kill with a borrowed knife. For the time being, he didn't want to provoke the 18th sword. He knew the strength of the 18th sword. It was just that after 100 years, many people had gradually forgotten. But he remembered very clearly that there was a scar on his body left by the 18th sword. At that time, the 18th sword had only used one move. If he wanted his life, he would have died long ago. Even if the 18th sword hadn't improved in the past 100 years, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. He didn't want to offend him if he could. So it was best to let Chen Luo kill Ling Xiao. Heavenly Demon General, you won't object if I kill him, right? Chen Luo asked the Heavenly Demon General. Ling Xiao is no longer a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Residence. I won't interfere. Anyway, I'm just passing by today. Do as you please. The Heavenly Demon General made his stance clear. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually a little worried. If the Heavenly Demon General took a fancy to Ling Xiao's talent and wanted to protect Ling Xiao, then he really wouldn't be able to take revenge. Thank you. Chen Luo cupped his hands at the Heavenly Demon General, then looked at Ling Xiao. To be honest, I really admire you. You're still not running at this time? You dared to kill my personal disciple in front of me. You should have thought of the consequences, right? Why should I run? You can't kill me anyway. Ling Xiao sat directly on Lin Feiyang's corpse and looked at Chen Luo indifferently. Let's not talk about this. I'd like to ask Demon General Chen Luo what you think now. Back then, you refused to accept me as a disciple, saying that I'm a waste that can't make any progress. Instead, you chose the eliminated idiot Lin. I was ridiculed miserably. If it weren't for the demon envoy Lin Geng taking me in, I'm afraid I would have left the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Look, this is the so-called genius idiot Lin you chose. With this kind of strength, he dares to find trouble with me and want to kill me? It seems that not only are you blind, but your brain is also not good. Like master, like disciple. Chen Luo's face was extremely gloomy. Although he wanted to refute, he had to admit that Ling Xiao's rise was really a slap to his face. And it was very painful. He really regretted it now. Chapter 3004. Chen Luo really regretted it now. He regretted not taking Ling Xiao as his disciple. Now, his only personal disciple had been killed by someone. He, the Devil General, had yet to sit firmly in his position, but he might be finished. Previously, it was Ling Xiao who was mocked, but now, it was him who was being mocked. But the more it was like this, the more he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't say anything else, and a terrifying aura burst out. He wasn't as powerful as the original 13 demon generals, but his cultivation was already at the peak of the 16th level of hell. This kind of aura was enough to suppress Ling Xiao to the point of being unable to breathe. Clang! The sound of a sword being unsheathed was heard. A terrifying murderous aura was brewing on the sword. Chen Luo was really ready to start a massacre. With his strength, if he really hit Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would definitely die. The gap was too big. Even Ling Xiao couldn't make up for such a huge gap. But the moment he charged at Ling Xiao actually slowly raised his right hand. There was a talisman in his hand. It was the Golden Crow talisman he just got from Lin Feiyang's storage ring. With this Golden Crow talisman, even Chen Luo would be killed on the spot. The power of this talisman was really terrifying. It could basically kill anyone below the 16th level of hell. Chen Luo didn't dare to take it head-on. He was almost at Ling Xiao's side. Chen Luo was so scared that his expression changed drastically. He suddenly stopped and forced himself to run to the side. But would Ling Xiao give him the chance? His figure flashed, and he stabbed at Chen Luo. If he had the chance to kill Chen Luo, he would definitely not show mercy. But at this moment, a cold light attacked him from behind. He had no choice but to use the demon dragon phantom to dodge. The one who attacked him was the heavenly demon general. At this moment, only the heavenly demon general could save Qianluo. Lin Xian couldn't do anything in time. But the heavenly demon general's attack wasn't very powerful, and Ling Xiao easily dodged it. What a shameless old dog. How dare you launch a sneak attack from behind? Fortunately, I didn't become your personal disciple. Otherwise, I would regret it to death. Ling Xiao had the Golden Crow Divine Talisman, so he was naturally not afraid of the heavenly fiend general. However, he was also very clear in his heart. There was only one Golden Crow Talisman, but there were two devil generals. It was about time for him to leave. Heavenly Demon General, let's join hands and kill him. Qianluo had just recovered from his shock and said to the Heavenly Demon General, "Sure." Since the Heavenly Demon General had already made his move, there was nothing to be afraid of. He would not rest until he killed Ling Xiao. However, just as the two of them reached an agreement, Ling Xiao had already turned into a streak of golden light and fled. The Earth Elemental Golden Light Technique was a life-saving technique at critical moments. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He didn't want to waste the Golden Crow Talisman either. If he kept it, it could come in handy at a critical moment. The Heavenly Demon General and Qianluo chased after Ling Xiao while Lin Xian was left behind to clean up the mess. However, in terms of speed, the Heavenly Demon General was naturally faster than Qianluo. Therefore, as the chase went on, it became the Heavenly Demon General chasing after Ling Xiao alone. Ling Xiao held the Golden Crow Talisman in his hand. The Heavenly Demon General had no choice but to hold back. In the end, Ling Xiao successfully escaped into the Wine Demon residence. He had ruthlessly played with the two devil generals. What's going on? Why are the two devil generals chasing after you together? What kind of earth-shattering thing did you do again? When Ling Xiao returned to the Wine Demon residence, Jin 18 couldn't help but ask with a wry smile. It's nothing much. I was set up. Qianluo's personal disciple wanted to use the Golden Crow Talisman to kill me, but he didn't succeed and was killed by me instead. So Qianluo wanted to kill me, but I had the Golden Crow Talisman in my hand, so he was almost killed by me. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Demon General, that old dog, actually attacked me from behind, so I didn't get what I wanted. Therefore, the two of them naturally chased after me together. Facing me alone, they were more or less afraid of the Golden Crow Talisman. Ling Xiao gave a brief account of what had happened. Jin 18 shook his head and smiled bitterly. Jin Luoying, on the other hand, kept applauding. That's great. When can I be like you? Showing off, tricking the devil generals, and then escaping unscathed. However, how exactly did you manage to avoid the Golden Crow Divine Talisman? I am very clear about the might of that thing. Jin Luoying asked in confusion. Luoying, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Everyone has secrets that they don't want to talk about. Jin 18 glanced at Jin Luoying. It's okay. There's no harm in telling you because I trust you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Actually, I have a battle pet that can devour all heat. That Golden Crow Talisman is powerful, but it's useless against that battle pet. I see. Then you're really lucky. But this kind of luck won't happen again. You must be careful. If you encounter those experts, try to avoid them as much as possible. Jin 18 felt that he was one step closer to Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao was willing to trust him. That was hard to come by. After all, they had just become master and disciple. Master, don't worry. I don't want to die yet. Ling Xiao smiled. I'm glad that you understand. In the coming days, I hope that you can stay in the Wine Demon residence and cultivate as much as possible. That way, no one can kill you. Jin 18 was quite domineering when he said that. He didn't dare to say anything else, but as long as Ling Xiao was in the Wine Demon residence, even if the Devil Lord were to come in person, he would be able to protect Ling Xiao. I understand. But Master, I heard that the competition for the Black Tortoise Seal will take place in about a month. Don't tell me you want to keep a low profile this time? That was a question that Ling Xiao was very concerned about. He wanted to get the Black Tortoise Seal. That way, it would be easier for him to obtain the Dragon Turtle's strength. He didn't want to keep a low profile. That wouldn't be of any help. You want to fight? Jin 18 looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Of course. The black tortoise seal is extremely precious to any disciple. Once they obtain it, it will definitely help them greatly improve their cultivation. Ling Xiao replied. Then can you guarantee that you'll get first place? Jin 18 looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Why not? Ling Xiao asked back. You should know that the person who took first place in the last black tortoise seal contest was at the peak of the 16th layer of hell. Are you confident that you can defeat a martial artist of the same level in a month? Jin 18 asked again. If I can't defeat a martial artist of Chen Luo's level in a month, then I, Ling Xiao, would have wasted my time. Ling Xiao's confidence stemmed from his unique way of raising his cultivation. After his battle with Jian Luoying, his cultivation had broken through to the middle of the 15th layer of hell. Next, he planned to continue such an intense battle. He had enough potential anyway, so he didn't have to worry about exhausting it. I hope you're confident and not arrogant. Jin 18 glanced at Ling Xiao and said, if you can defeat Luoying before the Black Tortoise Seal contest, I'll allow you to fight without holding back. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.